Everybody, I hope you guys are enjoying this special stream. I'm going to be jumping in and out of the stream, by the way. We're going to keep the stream rolling as the midterms go. So hopefully it's going to be a lot of fun. Pretty much on the left-hand side, we've got the Senate playing out. We've got 19 seats left to go. Obviously, there's some of the seats that are called already still haven't finished their full percentage count. But on the right-hand side, we've got the House. And of course, 435 seats, 305 seats to go. And of course, occasionally some of these colors can trip the other way, right? So especially the light colors, which is kind of leaning towards a particular outcome. Sometimes they can switch colors as well as more votes come in and sort of surprise the projections at the moment. So at the moment, of course, remember, out of the House on the left, the Senate on the left-hand side here, there's 35 out of 100 seats up for grabs. So 65 are locked in. They're not up for election this year. You can see they're all grayed out on the left and right. So the right for the Republicans, those are all not up for grabs. You can see the gray on the actual map here. You can see the fact that 35 seats are up for grabs. So obviously the Democrats need less. But of course, part of the big expectation, some of the polls and independent switching is expected to see a Republican win quite a few of these grey seats. So we talked about that in previous ones. So this is kind of where we are at the moment. I guess that's, yeah. So we've got 40 House Republicans at the moment, 41 Democrats. We've got so far out of the 35, we've got 11 so far projected to go to Republicans and 5 to go to the Democrats so far. And of course, 36 are not up for grab, no election for Democrats. 29 and not up for grabs for the Republicans, which are in grey, as I said earlier. So pretty much it. Projection so far, Democrats to win 5 seats, Republicans to win 11. That's part of the projection. And of course, there are 19 seats left that haven't quite been projected or called at this stage. And of course, we're moving from the East Coast over to the West Coast as the time zones open up and as the election houses change. I see quite a few of the closings of the elections are at 9 o'clock in the evening. So I guess it just depends on where you are, I guess. I don't know. But quite a lot had 9 p.m. Eastern time over here. So that's kind of where at this stage. So it looks like North Carolina, and Georgia down here above and below South Carolina. I'm pretty sure that Georgia was blue before. So that's sort of one of these things that just keeps possibly flipping as we go. So cool. Well, looks like Colorado, there's just been called for blue. Probably no surprise there. Like I say, I'm always surprised when I see any of these states in here pop up blue. But of course, we have this famous blue wall, if you recall, and that was the blue wall that got broken by Trump, I think, for the first time. All three of these states. So we'll see how that plays out for these House and Senate races. Over on the House, we've got obviously 435 House seats up for grabs. And so far, 83 have been called for Republicans, 47 for Democrats. So the whole House, everything is up for grabs, 435 seats all across America. And of course, you can see from the east, so forth, going over to the west. Florida has been the big, exciting play. Massive victory. I think something like 16 points victory for DeSantis. And of course, his speech was played earlier. If you missed that, that was pretty good. And I couldn't agree with his sentiments more. It was a massive, massive victory. So really turning Florida red. There, I think, was 60 votes, 60% versus 40%. And that's a pretty impressive result. Instead of it being sort of a marginal flipping, it has really gone quite red. So it's a pretty impressive numbers there at the moment. Ohio, on the other hand, Ohio up here, Ohio, I should say, it's got a few little surprises up in the corner of Ohio. I guess it's a more urban area. Depending on what race has been run, whether it's the House or the Senate, it's gone a bit of a mixed bag there on either side. So waiting for Ohio to come through. Currently showing pinkish, but of course they can flip as more percentages come in. You can see down the bottom here, we've got the Senate percentage, Georgia, Ohio. So it gives you some of how much is in. So it says 64% of Georgia is in. It's got Warnock at 48.6% and Walker at 49.6%. So still a bit of way to go there. And of course, we can see Georgia has flipped red. I'm pretty sure that was blue earlier. We've got Ryan Vance. This seems to have flipped for the time being. It's 55% in Ohio. But of course, that was actually flipped before. So before Ryan was winning, that could easily flip back, I guess, as more of the the northeastern part of Ohio comes in. It has tended to be quite blue in there. Remember, Trump won that quite convincingly in 2020, and that was kind of a bit of change there. So we'll see how that translates as well. So you can see at the moment the Senate's all these close races in here. Some of them have got very low percentage, like Arizona's got 0% in so far. And of course, Arizona's all the way over on the West Coast almost. So it's a bit of a time zone difference there. Connecticut, 17% is in for that. Blumenthal, quite a victory there. I really don't like the dude, but hey, he's winning the votes. The people who voted for him, 55.9% versus Levy there at 44% there. So it's looking pretty strong so far in Connecticut. So where's Connecticut on the map? Got to find that. Good old Kiwi trying to find Connecticut. That's pretty much it. Where's the old Connecticut? We've got California over here. Let me find that. I can't even see it, to be honest. Connecticut. Man, where is Connecticut? Can't even see it on the map. Oh, CO. That's the one that just got called. That one there is so far being called blue on the Connecticut there. We've got a few people in the chat, so let's have a look who's in the house. We've got Hex the Way. Good to see Hex the Way. We got who else is in there? Let's have a look here. How can the Democrats have more seats than reps? I think I answered that earlier. Who else is there? We've got Pump It Red team. Pump It says pot of gold. I'm with you on that one. We've got Hardy Hexalorian in there with a couple of comments as well. Vote blue if you sniff glue, says Briz. He's in California, so he's right in the blue state there. That hasn't even started yet, so it's going to be interesting there. Briz, we appreciate your comments, says Tea Time. Yeah. What else there we got? If the Republicans are winning, they may stop the counting suddenly. And Rick, fix a broken water pipe. Yeah, that's true, Briz. Aaron Hex in the house as well. Good to see Aaron Hex as well. Look, Palpatine, I am the Senate. Yeah, a bit like that, isn't it? I think the Democrats are probably doing slightly better than expected at this stage. At this stage, still early to go. Slightly better than expected. Let's go Republicans, says J-Man, absolutely. J-Man says last elections, Democrats take control, are wrecking everything they touch, and people still vote for them. This is around the social stuff, J-Man. So obviously they've got all the agencies of state. So they've got most of the mainstream media. They have control a lot of the agencies of state, and they have a big indoctrination program, right? They also control the teachers' unions and all this woke ideology, which they're programming. And a lot of people fall for it, unfortunately. And they've been doing it for slowly doing it over at least, I would say, since the early 2000s, if not the late 90s. So that's program's been going for some time without very much resistance. In the last 5 years, it's stepped up big time, right? So they're going all guns now, all guns. So that people get programmed, and that's just the way it goes. And that's why this is so important, this election, to kind of slow down that woke agenda, as we call it. We sort of umbrella all that rubbish that they indoctrinate into that. What else there? Connecticut is East Coast, North Colorado is CO is Colorado. Sorry about that. So Connecticut must be. I'm just trying to find Connecticut actually. I can't even see it. But Colorado is in the middle here. Yeah, that's Colorado. So Connecticut must be up at the top here somewhere. So I can't quite see it on the map. That's all. So cool. What else there? Tim Top's in the house. What's up, Tim Top? What else there? We've got lots of fun in the market. It's almost time to start stacking big bags this time, man. Yeah, we had a poll on that in our first live stream. It was pretty interesting. Rearranging the seats on the Titanic, says Tim Top. A little bit true. That sentiment's a little bit true there, Tim Top. But hopefully if we you can slow things down, right? You can slow things down. J-Man says Colorado in the house. Nice to see J-Man there. Brazolji says, I'm stuck by an enemy lies. You are indeed, dude. You are indeed. That is a nut house. That's a nut house. Higher taxes, wreck society, homelessness, drugs, and yet they still keep voting. It's madness. That's why I'm talking about the indoctrination. It's real, right? It's real. So it's just the way it goes. Hopefully we'll get if the Republicans can manage to take the Senate and the House, that is going to slow their movement down. You've got to remember they have no limits on how they can do it, whereas a big part of the Republican Party has limits on how they can achieve power, whereas the Democrats have no limits because they don't hold to any absolute ethics, let's put it that way. So they can do whatever they want, and they do that. That's what we see. So we're up against, it's kind of an unfair game. And of course, they control most of the agencies of state, deep state, the state departments. We've seen that already with the Justice Department in particular, and the FBI doing the most ridiculous things you've ever seen in your life. But hopefully this will stop that. If they can get the houses, we can stop all that absolute rubbish. We want a level playing field, right? So we want a level playing field and get back to the principles that have made society flourish, free speech, a proper justice system, and so forth. So hopefully we'll get back to that, because these guys are going for an absolute power grab, right? So complete power now. They're not just willing to play the normal games. They're now pretty much gone for a complete power grab over the last couple of years. So this is what we're up against. I got my cup of tea, by the way, and I've got two cookies and a cup of tea. How about that? That's what you do. I've got the rain. The rain is hardcore at the moment in good old New Zealand. It is raining like a storm. I almost feel like I'm in, what is it, those big storms in Texas or somewhere like that. I'm not sure where the big storms are in the middle of the US. And it feels a bit like that. The rain is so heavy. The cat is freaking out. Is bedding down, as it were. So cool. So yeah, what have we got at the moment? So let's read some of the stats here on the Senate. We got Georgia 65% in. We've got Walker taking 49.7. I'm pretty happy about that, to be honest. Hopefully that stays the case. Still got 35% of the vote come in, and it's still tight. So anything can happen, particularly whether the rural versus the urban comes in faster. We got Ohio. Why am I struggling to say Ohio? I don't know why. Ohio is coming in with Ryan and Vance, and for the moment, 56%. This looks like it was flipped because before Ryan, when it was a lower vote, Ryan was leading. Looks like Vance is in control at the moment. Still a long way to go, 44%. So yeah, 52% on Vance at the moment. North Carolina on the Senate race, Beasley and Budd. We've got 69% in. Budd at 15.9. That's actually looking a bit better. That point gain, a difference, looking a bit better there at this stage, but still 31% to come. We got the Pennsylvania one, which is the big celebrity one with Dr. Oz versus Fetterman, 32% in, so still early days, 68% to come in. We got 45% on Dr. Oz, 52 on Fetterman, so a long way to go there. Yeah, so we're going to see how that plays out, but I can make a lot of comments on that. That's crazy. New Hampshire, I'm pretty sure it's New Hampshire here. New Hampshire, just trying to see where that is. Must be up here on North Carolina. I guess VA. VA is. Let's see what VA is. Let me pull up I'll pull it up over here actually. Right. Oh yeah, Connecticut's way up the top here. So Connecticut is this blue one up here. That's Connecticut, that one there. Yeah, so that is Connecticut there. Actually, we just lost it. Yeah, Florida was easy, and Rubio 57 versus 41, 88%. So that's a shoe in there for Rubio in Florida. So looking good there on the Senate. Let's have a look at a few of the houses. We've got Michigan there, 12% in. Still early days on all these, isn't it? 10%, 20%, so still early days on those as well. We have got the governor races on as well. I'm not sure whether that holds up here. So key governors, let's quickly jump over the governor's race. We've got quite a few things on there at the moment. Kemp over 8, Stacey Abrams, that's good to see. Really don't like Stacey Abrams. Kathy Hochul there, Lee Zedlin. This is a little somewhat disappointing, but not surprising. People apparently in New York love crime, and they want people vote to become victims of crime. That's basically what you're seeing at the top here with this current result at the moment. So 25% in, 24% in. But imagine you're voting for a person that's allowing crime to take place and letting the judges letting all the people out and all this stuff. It's crazy madness, absolute madness. But that's the world we live in apparently. Georgia there, 66% in. And Kemp versus Abrams there looking good at this stage for Kemp. Arizona there, Katie Hobbs versus Kerry Lake. This is my one, the one I'm really interested in. really a big fan of Kerry Lake, and no reporting any of that yet. So still we've got to go. Michigan's got 16% in. We've got Gretchen Whitmer, which pretty well publicized versus Tudor Dixon there. And still a long way to go for that. So so far, that is pretty much it. DeSantis has pretty much smashed it. Look at that, man. 88% in. And of course, 59% versus 40. That's almost a 20-point difference there, getting up there. 20-point, that's amazing result in Florida there, as I said earlier. We've got Josh Shapiro versus Mastriano, 34% in there. That looks like it's definitely Democrat there, going to be a Democrat one. Ohio, 61% in, 62% to Mike to win. That definitely looks like a Republican win there, quite a bit. So good to see on the governorship. Oklahoma there, still 67% in. Looks like Republicans there too. Maine, I guess it's up in the North New York area somewhere up there. Am I right? Let me know. We got 53% is Janet Mills. Looks like Democrats. Only 21%, those are still a while to go. Even with the spread, there's still a bit of a while to go there. You just never know the areas that are coming in, right? New Hampshire gone through Sununu. There we are, 55%, 23% in. That probably is going to go his way, I guess. Connecticut gone blue with Ned Lamont. Daniel McCree with Rhode Island blue. But the Connecticut one still got a long way to go. But the percentage is just quite a decent 10-point difference at the moment. So what do we go that way? Wisconsin, 40% in, 53 versus 45. Looks like it's probably going to go blue, but still a while to go. Greg Abbott, of course, winning. Looks 52% in. Quite a big difference there, 8 points. So most likely to go to Greg Abbott. But it's shocking. It's shocking for me to think that in Texas, there's 2.3 million people that want to vote Democrat. We know that a lot of people have been leaving California for Texas and places like that for a better life, and yet they still come in and bring their politics with them. It's crazy, crazy stuff there. That's how bad the social engineering has been. Social engineering is terrible. Unfortunately, you get all these people voting. Kansas there, 22%, 59% on Laura Kelly. The way to go there. And, of course, New Mexico, 19% in. Looks Democrat at this stage. Still a long way to go. Colorado being called 45%. Yeah, massive difference there, 60% to Jared Polis versus Heidi Gannell at 37%. So that's pretty much done. Oregon, they're not coming in yet. Alaska, still to go. Those are the governorships, folks. Those are the governorships. So let's go back to the current lay of the land. That's kind of where we are. So let me know in the chat there what you think about that. That's cool. I love this quote here, Briz. I'm stuck behind enemy lines. I like that. Miles says, "What's up, homies? Anyone going to the Hex birthday party in San Diego?" Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Miles. Let us know in the chat if anyone is going to that. J-Man says no. Aaron says no either. J-Man says, "I do love San Diego, beautiful city." Stacey Abrams is no good. Yeah, definitely no good. Smash the likes. Yeah, hit the like button. Sandy Beach in the house. Good to see you. Hopefully this is a decent time of the day for you, Sandy. Still not too late. What time is it in Sandyland there in North Carolina? New York is currently 10 o'clock, so still in the evening there for Sandy. J-Man says lots of Californians coming to Colorado too. Yeah, cool. Yeah, well, Colorado we already see is blue. So yeah, this is part of the psychosis. They leave the wrecked Democrat states, and then they go in cities, and they go to red states, which are run for the most part pretty well, and then they bring their own silly policies again. Crazy stuff, crazy. 10 p.m. says Sandy Beach, 10 p.m. Yeah. Brazil says Californians are like lice. You got to segregate them and allows the whole area. Yeah, it's a bit like that, Brazil. Like that. All right, so cool. We've got 17 seats to go, apparently. 41. So looks like Republicans have picked up 12 seats. We've got Democrats with 6. We've got on the House, of course, 305 still to go. That's going to take a long time to play out, I guess. And we've got 83 in Republicans. They need 218. So they're 83. And Democrats at 47. So obviously, once we get to the East Coast, it's going to be very Democrat oriented. Sorry, the West Coast, excuse me. So it's going to be interesting to see that play out. I think we'll get some surprise areas that go more red, and we may get a couple that go more blue. So it's going to be fun to see that. Democrats might do slightly better than expected, and maybe a number of reasons for that. So that's where the analysis comes in at the end. But hopefully, there's enough of a swing with the independents to shift the Republicans and take control of the House and the Senate, and then have a gridlock. Gridlock will be good. We get to slow down the woke agenda, and hopefully win a lot of the governorships as well, and slow down the indoctrination programs. So that's pretty much what they do. They've got the teachers union, remember, and they're doing all sorts of crazy things. So hopefully we'll get slow that down. Hopefully we'll also get to slow down any kind of lockdown type of mentality as well, and get back to freedom, so that the best ideas win, right? They're pretty much going for complete power, not just in the United States, but in all progressive countries, so Canada, France, lots of places in Europe, actually, Germany, everywhere like that, UK as well, Australia and New Zealand, definitely in the place there. So there's lots of issues there. There's not too many alternatives as well. Even what we call it's not a conservative party, it's called the National Party. Used to be conservative, not conservative now. It's probably New Zealand National Party is probably 2/3 of progressive. So on the social front, their conservatism, if you want to argue, is around rational labour markets. Apparently it takes them 40 years to rationalise the labour markets, which is just this nonsensical. They do most of the improvements in the first 8 years, and then of course they keep going on again. We're going to rationalise labour markets, which is just stupidity, right? They're supposed to be focused on value add economy, but they never do it. They never achieve it. So we're stuck in a slave economy, low cost employment. They flood the market with labor, and of course everyone's on low wages. Then they put out all the mainstream media, does all the propaganda, keeps the people under control with the old mind. You'll see them, every single story comes out, they will back that story, even though it's just obvious propaganda, but they do it. It's crazy. No discernment whatsoever. They just blindly follow. A lot of intelligent people do that too. So it's not just away crazy stuff. So pretty crazy. But in any case, let's see. Hopefully we can slow them down by winning the House and the Senate. That'd be cool. So see how we go. Good luck, everybody. Good luck. Good cup of tea while we watch this. What else house we got there? We got name Batjack says, I don't really follow midterms in USA. Well, they actually affects the rest of the world, affects the whole world. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see. Bajaz says the reason why Democrats tend to do a bit better is because they cheat. They do indeed. They do cheat indeed. They always they're always saying whatever they say the opposition is doing, it's actually what they're doing in every case. That's the truth there. Jamie says, I do believe there is cheating going on. Yep. We did not talk about it on this channel though. We don't want to get picked up by the left-wing YouTube HQ. Otherwise, they can come after us, can't they? This is part of the problem, right? Part of the problem. Who votes Democrats after they lock down the world for 2 years? Bizarre's his name. Yeah, it's crazy, man. But the propaganda is real. We get it non-stop on the mainstream media here. You get it in the United States, and of course they're part of the problem. They're part of the alliance. They're basically in the same alliance. Most of the media is propaganda nowadays. Yeah. So this is the kind of cool thing. So what we're seeing is a cool trend is where you're getting a lot of what do you call it? You're getting a lot of content that's decentralized now, with people doing vlogs, people doing podcasts, and some of them are getting way bigger results than a lot of these cable channels with their propaganda, with their, they're basically talking straight with the White House, with the Democrat Party. We see that with the state departments. They're basically talking that. We see it with the tech companies, and of course they've been getting caught out with all that stuff at the moment. Hopefully we'll get some sort of reckoning with that. If you get that control of the House, you can start doing the committees again, and you can start doing some real investigations. And so we look forward to that. Cheers! It's going to be good. We benefit here in New Zealand because we've got a authoritarian prime minister, our first one in the modern times. About to pass a whole ton of horrible laws to control what we say, what we think, and it's pretty bad. So in the meantime, we have a very homogenous society. We have a lot of different people here, but everyone gets on each other, wants the best. But apparently they're telling everybody here that everyone is racist and sexist, and yet that's the opposite. Everyone here gets on with each other for the most part, and so it's just like crazy. They're just creating division, and a problem that's not there, and then they have a solution, which is all about control, really. So we're having to deal with all that sort of stuff. All right, cool. This is where we are here. So we've got 17 seats left in the Senate play, 300 House seats left. So slowly as we move from the East Coast over to the West Coast, we've got more and more results coming in, obviously different percentages. Let's look at some of the House percentages. We've got Michigan in with 15%. We've got Kildare there at 43.9. Let me know in the chat there if there's any particular area that you're in. You're looking forward to results. We've got New Mexico, 37%. That's gone Democrat. Minnesota, gone Democrat. So I'm surprised, from my perspective, some of the states lean like an odd direction, and I guess there's a bit of history behind all that, but it does take them by surprise sometimes. We've got New York 19, New York 18, Democrat, no surprise there. Ryan Riley versus Smith and Molinaro. We've got Texas there. Currently, we've got Texas 15, Texas 28. Texas 34 coming in at the moment, so I guess there's some blue areas in here. Unfortunately, this particular map's not interactive, so you can't get any detail, but it does seem to be updating in real time, which is pretty nice. So it looks like we've got the Senate there, 12 pickups for Republicans and 6 seats picked up for Democrats. These are projected, most of them. Most of them don't have 100% results in, but that's kind of where we are. And 41 versus 42. 51 is the domination. That's the key one, getting 51. And anything you get above that is, power to you. But 51 is what you want to get. If we get 50-50, then the vice president gets to have that deciding vote, which ain't going to be good, right? So hopefully the Republicans get that 51 that we want so nicely. 87 Republican seats so far out of 300. So we start for 435. We're down to 300. That haven't been projected to be called, as it were. So we're slowly moving from the West Coast here to the East Coast. Now I've got my map up here. So up here, let me go here. So the ME is Maine. That is Maine. And we've got VT here. It doesn't show VT. So I'm not sure what VT is actually. What we got there. Actually, it doesn't have the full names on this map. Maybe I've got a better map. Let me try this map. No, there's not any. Look, that might be better if I can zoom in on it. Vermont. Okay, so VT is Vermont. That's that slither there. This one here in light blue is New Hampshire. That one there. This one here is. Oh, that one there is Massachusetts. Yeah, I didn't realize Massachusetts was over there. I always thought Massachusetts was in the middle. So it just shows you. I'm familiar with some of the key states, but not a lot of the smaller states. We got Rhode Island is in this little slither here. Rhode Island. We've got Connecticut is up here. So yeah, I thought Connecticut was up in the middle here, but these are all up here. I know the names, but I didn't realize the location. So there we are. We've got New York, of course, Pennsylvania. We've got New Jersey. New Jersey, that's where all the New Yorker accents, isn't it? With the New Jersey accent. So it's kind of sitting in here. What else there? We've got, I'm just looking at my map on the left here. Pennsylvania. We've got Delaware. Delaware here in this little slither here. Then we've got Maryland. See, I actually don't even think I've ever seen Maryland in a movie. I don't think once I've heard of Maryland in a movie. I don't even know the name of the state. And my general knowledge is pretty good. Didn't know that one. So there we are. We've got West Virginia up here. We got VA's Virginia. Okay, so that is the answer to that, Virginia. And North Carolina, of course, South Carolina, Georgia. We've got obviously Alabama and Florida. We've got Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi. These are obviously, we know a lot of these from movies, so that's no surprise. LA is Louisiana. Louisiana there. We've got Arkansas, Missouri, and Illinois. Illinois is the IA there. Illinois. MN is Minnesota. So there we are. In WI, which is I was struggling with, is Wisconsin. Wisconsin and WI there. Above that, of course, this MI, which covers this part here and this part, is Michigan. Michigan there. Very much industrialized areas, right, with the car companies. Like I think it was like, was it General Motors, Ford, that kind of thing, up in these sort of, I think we call them the bellwether states, I think. It's kind of up there. Yeah, so ND is North Dakota, SD is South Dakota, NE is Nebraska, and then we got Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, the big state of Texas. And of course, this is where rags to riches and crypto heartbeat in Texas. That's a big state, isn't it? A huge state. Then we got New Mexico and Colorado, Wyoming, WY, MT is Montana. Then we got ID is Idaho, and UT is Utah, and Arizona is there as well, Nevada. And of course, at the top there, we've got Washington, then Oregon for OR, and then California. And finally, we have Alaska, AK, and HI is Hawaii Islands, which is, a little bit off the coast here, somewhere like that. And of course, Alaska is way above Canada on the top left, across the way from Russia. Apparently, on a clear day, you can see Russia or something like that. So there we are. That's kind of that. What else? We've got a couple more comments in there. Neem says, but who votes Democrats after they lock down? Yeah, I think we covered that. Most of the media's, we covered that too. You can look different as long as you are the same. Crazy world. Yeah, true that. That's true. All right, cool. So that's kind of where we are at the stage. 17 seats left to go. 12 pickups for Republicans on the Senate. 42 on for the Democrats. Picked up 6. We've got Democrats out of 300, 87 for Republicans, 48 for Democrats. So we've got a while to go for that. That's where we are. Cool. Let me know in the chat if you voted. So cool. Hope you like the red colors for election day. Red colors there. I think it's pretty cool. So it turns out that California in here has 52 out of the 300 House seats. So it's a pretty big deal. Once we get over to there, it's going to change the numbers quite a lot. So 52 is a lot of seats. So I think in the northern part of California, there's quite a few Republican seats in there, but there's obviously a lot of Democrat ones down further down. further south. Vermont and Alaska apparently have 1 seat each House representative, so that's pretty low. So in Vermont, where was Vermont? Up the top right, I think it was. Remember rightly? Yeah, Vermont right at the top up here. So up in this area, at the top there, Vermont. You can see the breakdown in here in Vermont. Definitely blue up the top right here. Tending blue. All right. Have we got much change? 294. So we've got a few more seats coming through on the House. So down from 300 to 294. 91, sorry, Republicans so far. 218 is the mark. 50 on the Democrats. Good. On the Senate, Democrats 42. Picked up 6. Need 51. Or 50 in their case. So it's a bit easier for them because they got the vice president. So 41 on the Republicans. So that's kind of where we're at this stage. We've got Arizona starting to come in there with the light blue. So cool. We got Wisconsin there coming in. Slightly blue at the moment. And PA is Pennsylvania, slightly blue there as well. At the top here, we've got New Hampshire in the light blue here. And Vermont in the dark blue. And where we're at this stage. That's there. I think that's it. So slowly waking up over here in the middle. Where we got some of the Senate houses calls here. We got Lee. None of these come in yet. Lee, Washington, Alaska. No surprises there. Wait for that to tick over. Aaron Hex says a good night, everybody. Got hit the hay. Working A&M. Nice one, Aaron. Catch you later. I love catching your streams, my man. You're welcome, Aaron Hex. 5555. We love it. If you haven't checked out hex.com, check it out in the video description. This is our kind of our election special. So I hope you guys are enjoying this. I'll make a special banner for it. Why not? All right, cool. What we're doing here, 17 seats left on the Senate play. Most of the stuff's projections, so obviously 100% hasn't come in, I don't think, for anyone yet so far. Must be getting pretty close for some, though. We've got Wisconsin's there, so that's 50% in. It's a pretty tight race. Barnes versus Johnson. My goodness, that's close. Wisconsin. So that is this one here in the light blue. So slightly blue, but anyone's game up here at this stage. It's hard to know the breakdown whether there's a lot of urban stuff around or not. What else we got going there? 290. Oh, we've got another 5 seats that have already been picked up. So obviously we're going to expect a lot of Republican seats as we move into the middle of the United States. And 94 is at the moment, but getting that 218 is the key. Getting the House 218, that is the key there. So cool. It's like having 2 games at once play, right? The House and the Senate. It's pretty fun. So the Senate, of course, third of the House pretty much gets up for grabs every 2 years. So I think you're, was that 6 years? 6 years you get to stay in the House. Pretty powerful. The other thing with the Senate is that they all have to vote on the bills, right? So to say they're okay with them, a bit of a checks and balances between the Senate and the House. So that's pretty much it. And of course, you get 2 senators per state. So that's pretty much it as far as 2 senators per state. 50 states, 100 seats. That makes sense. And like I say, with the House, 435 seats in the House. 52 in California, so by the time we get over to California, if the Republicans have got to 18, 19, then we have a lot of seats go towards the Democrats by the time we get to there. Barring any upseats, if there's any marginal seats in California, that'll be interesting. So yeah, we'll see whether the Democrats can do a few surprises. So we'll see how we get on. Yeah, the big Florida's really gone red. That's the one thing that's particularly strong at this stage. What we got there? Illinois, Nevada. Yeah, Florida, 89%. Rubio in pretty strongly there. Arizona, light blue there. So we've got 38% in for Arizona for the Senate. 56% to Kelly, 41.4% to Masters. Still a bit of a vote to come in for that, but so far looking at point difference, about 15-point difference, looking pretty good for the Democrats so far. Sometimes the rural parts of the state have to come in a bit later. They come in a bit later, so it may close that gap a bit. $17 seats, 285 in the House. Man, the House is starting to come in. We're at 300, and down to it's come down from 435 now down to 285. So it's down quite a bit. What's that? 435. Getting closer to halfway. 218 seats or so. So getting closer to halfway. Projected win, 95 Republican seats, Democrats 55 at this stage. Sometimes those projections can be wrong, can occasionally be wrong, I guess. It's funny seeing a lot of the light pink there. See how many of those, which ones end up flipping, because a lot of them are probably marginal on the House votes there. 95 Republicans, 55. Boy, oh boy, it's going to be tense later on in the votes, that's for sure. Senates are coming in slowly. So we've got Alaska's nothing for Alaska, nothing for Washington, nothing for Utah. So Washington, Alaska up here, Washington. Well, Alaska's actually up the top there, but what else there? Georgia. Georgia here, Connecticut, Arizona, 24% for Connecticut, which we talked about being up the top, didn't we? You're way up the top here, so that one up here, Connecticut. 24% in, Blumenfield, 55%. Utah, over here, nothing in for Utah. Georgia, 71%. Okay, 71%. Georgia. Yeah, I'm really hoping that Georgia goes red. Really hoping for that. Colorado, 6%. Bennett, red. Green, blue, 55.9%. What else there? Look at this, 53% for Wisconsin. That's 50-50 for Barnes and Johnson. That's some crazy stuff right there. That's crazy. So Wisconsin all the way up here. It's got 50-50 at the moment. Slightly blue there for Barnes. It's going to be a real toss-up there. Wisconsin up the top there. Very important. 2 seats, I guess. I remember there's only 35 up for grabs, so only certain seats are up for grabs out of that 100. Carl says Hex looking very strong. That's cool. I haven't got actually the Hex price up, but that's good to hear. Staying over the 1.3 cents. 96 down to 284 in the House. 55 versus 96. West Virginia. What's West Virginia looking like? West Virginia is not come in yet, so West Virginia still waiting for that. VA is Virginia, so West Virginia and Virginia still waiting for those two to come in. We got any of those up on the line up there? No, I can't see any of those up there. Tennessee as well. Waiting for, I don't know if we got Tennessee up there either, so no, nothing up there. The House, we did go through the governor's races earlier, so we did go through that earlier. The House, there's so many in the House that it's there's a lot to keep track of there. Colorado, look, Colorado, Iowa, I got to say that correctly, Iowa, Kansas, Michigan, 33. It's going to be a bit of a toss up there. We've got Michigan 07 as the Republican so far. We've got Michigan 03 as Democrat so far. So It really is split up in that state. Probably the city folks versus the country folks, a little bit of that play in there too. It's up here in this area, I guess, over here. So quite a few in the, I guess, the rural. These blue areas are probably more urban areas. 282. We're slowly coming down. 282. So when we get to about 218 on the house, that's sort of like halfway. And so far, 98 versus 55. Republicans need to get 218 to take the house back. Remember on our other forecast, we were looking at 227 was the, and then of course there were lots of toss-up ones. So in addition to that, so let's see if we get to 227 or more, maybe 240 or more. So let's see how we go. The House, man, so eight seats needed for the Democrats, I guess, with the vice president, and Republicans 41. They need 10. They need 10 to take the House. 10 out of 17. So let's see how we go. I'm sure we got. Jump back to the Senate. Hot races. Let's go to hot races. Alaska. Yeah, nothing open in Alaska yet. Not sure where it's going to come up soon. I've got my races. I've got nothing on my races. Next poll closes in 23 minutes. Georgia, 71%. Walker. Yeah, I'm hoping the Walker goes red. We're really hoping for Georgia to go red. Well, they're moving too fast, some of them. So let me look here. Indiana, 76%. That's blue at the moment. So Indiana, where is that? Indiana. Okay, that's the next Ohio. So Indiana here. Sorry, Indiana here. Illinois here in blue. It's must be the urban parts of these that go blue. 24%. New Mexico 47. No surprise there. Democrat. New York Democrats. Hot races. Go back to the Senate tab. So we're going here. We're doing okay. We're doing 282 houses, 282 seats in the House left in terms of projection, and 17 for the Senate. The Republicans need to win 10 out of those 17. So Georgia for 41. I'm not sure. I think Georgia also got a runoff, right? Some sort of runoff thing. I'm not sure how the mechanism works. But I think that was the 6th of January or something like that. I'm not sure. Let's jump back to Arizona, 39% in. Kelly. Washington or Oregon. See, I never thought Oregon was up the top left here, but I guess that's where it is. I always thought Oregon was in the middle, but hey, that's what happens when you watch movies, and that's how you learn about the United States, through movies. California, bottom left, that makes sense. Arizona, I guess NV, Nevada, Idaho, and Montana, Wyoming. We got New Mexico and Texas. Still coming in there. It's sort of surprising. 281, we've got another seat in, and yeah, there's no update on these. We've got more seats coming in, but no update on projection yet. Georgia, that's a fight, and 78% Ohio. That's definitely gone to Republicans there. So Ohio up here. Wisconsin's there. That's up here. For that to jump around. North Carolina, 76%. It looks like Bud's winning that quite nicely. Pennsylvania, Fetterman, 55% in so far. This is the one that's going to maybe toss up a bit later. Still in the game is Dr. Oz, 45% to go. So we'll see how we get on with that one. Pennsylvania. Just trying to think where that's right at the top, is it? No, there it is next to New York. So Pennsylvania, this PA one here. That is the Dr. Oz Senate race there. Right, I'm just going to take a break. I'll be back soon. All right, and we're back. And we're back there. So we were up to 280 houses, 280 house seats, sorry, 279. Republicans at 100. So they picked up one, and Democrats picked up one at 56 on the House. The Senate on the left is 42 for Democrats, 41 for Republicans, so no change there. 17 seats to go. Republicans need 10 to take the House. So that's going to be cool. Might switch it over to some of the House numbers. Ohio. Don't know why I'm having trouble saying Ohio, but lazy there. Maine, which is right at the very top, right? Maine, right at the very top up here on the House seats, 43. I guess it's got a couple on there. The old Maine, they got 1, 2, 3. Looks like at least got three seats in there. All the House seats are up for grabs, so everything on the right here is up for grabs. Over here, only 35 seats. Each state has two seats, and all the ones in grey are not up for grabs. All the ones getting coloured in, all white, are up for grabs. Pretty much it. 2,900. So 218 to go to get there. Once we get, we've got 279 so far projected. We got the difference between 435 and 279 predicted. So how many is that? Oh, that's 156. 156 has been predicted so far. Yeah. Republicans moved to 101 and down to 277. The predictions there. Oh, look at this over here. Very red. Where's that? In Arizona. Looks like the edge of Arizona there. Looks like it's gone red so far. It's kind of cool. I do know that some of the states up in the top north, I think, of Arizona had some election issues when they came last time. Late. Virginia's 2, 7, and 10. Looks like one on 98%, 51% for a spam burger in the old House. Looks like Virginia there, 02. I guess it's Virginia. Virginia is over here, so I guess we're looking at over here somewhere in one of those seats. New Hampshire, that's got to be up the north there somewhere. Yep, north New Hampshire's in here somewhere. In there, that area. $275 in at the moment. So Democrats has picked up a couple, 2 seats. Republicans picked up 1. So there we go. 102, 58. Slowly moving from the East Coast over to the West Coast. It's a good way of voting, as Lol says, DB. Yeah, it is true. It's one thing I was going to say is that it's a good way of, if you're bad at your American state geography, it's a good way of improving it, right? Maybe at the old high school thing. I watched some interviews on the street where people interview stuff like this. How many states has the United States got? And they ask them. These are typically to American citizens, and the majority don't even know. So there we are. If you know a couple, if you're pretty close, then you're doing pretty well. I've seen ones where they ask, "What's the biggest state?" Things like that. What's the biggest state? What's the smallest state? Stuff like that. It's pretty funny. We got like 70 plus, 75 plus is this. What's the 75? I'm not quite sure I followed. Let me know what you mean by that, Briz. I'm sure it's probably obvious, but I missed it. Are you talking about, maybe you're talking about maybe 65 is it? Are you talking about the House? Are you talking about the House, the states? Yeah. Are you saying there's 75 states, Briz? Is that what you're saying? Crazy. All right, let's switch us back to the Senate on the old. We could go to hot races. Let's do hot races. It's got Texas here. It's kind of a mixed bag. Senate, yeah. Yeah, 52 in here. I wonder how many will go. I can't remember. I don't know the historical map. We should pull that up on here. Let's see what the last midterms were. Terms. California. Let's look. Okay, so looks like all the stuff in here, a lot of the stuff in here goes red. Well, let me go too far here. A lot of the states in here, a lot of these, sorry, what do you call them, counties in here are red. Obviously, the coastal ones here are blue, and there's a little bit of red down here in California. So red California, some GOP areas down here as well. Was it Brazil says Texas must pay their taxes to the king? That says Briz. I'm eager to see how Nevada goes. They were telling us to go vote at work. The managers were authorizing extra breaks to go vote. They asked everybody at my job if they did vote. Okay, cool. NB for Nevada. That's kind of cool. Well, it's positive, you know. Got to keep the voting, the people getting out and vote. That way they can't complain so much. All right, cool. Actually, let's pull up another map there. I'll have my two map. Let's look. See if we've got something there. Well, Nevada should be fairly red. At least it was last time for the Clark. Clark is down the bottom here, and what's the other one? Washoe is up on the left here. They look blue. Everything else looks pretty red in Nevada, but there'll be the rural parts, no doubt. We've got Humboldt, Elko, Pershing, Churchill, Mineral, Emerald, Lincoln, Nye, White Pine, and Elko, and these broken up from the looks of it. So we're down to 274. We've got 102 Republicans and 59 House seats so far. 218 is the target. The House Senate hasn't changed much in the last half an hour or so. We've got 17 to go. The Republicans need 10 of those seats. Brazil says rags to riches is trying to steal a state away from the union. Yeah, that's true. I won't let it happen, says Braz. That's hilarious, man. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's a bit of work to do, but they've started a movement. We'll see. Was it secede the union, something like that? Apparently, it's happened before, isn't it? Apparently, it's happened before, something like that. But there's some history around the states there. 272. We're down to 272. Democrats picked up a couple more seats, up to 61, as we're moving through the election. And 102 to Republicans, 61 to Democrats. 272 House seats left in play, and we haven't got to go to California yet. So cool. Hope you voted, Briz. Hope you voted. Get out and vote. If I go across the southern border, can I get? Can I vote? Can I go across the southern border? That'd be funny. So let's have a look at Senate here. Blumenthal in with 28%. Looks probably likely. Arizona, Kelly. I can't believe Arizona, man. Seriously, Democrat Arizona, come on. They forgot their cowboy days or what? That's crazy. We got Wisconsin there, 64% in. That's a pretty tight race, though. Johnson versus Barnes. Let's hope the best for Wisconsin there. That's up in the top up here in these motor car states, I guess. What else? Nothing else. We'll wait for it to come back up around. I'll switch it over to the house races. There we are. There's the house races ticking up there. Mexico tried taking the Alamo once, says Brazolja. That's true. I have seen that movie. But we had Jimmy Cricket. That's true. That is true too. Jiminy Cricket. Jiminy Cricket. Yeah, we used to watch movies about Jiminy Cricket. Was it Daniel Boone? Was he involved with that? Daniel Boone? Daniel Boone is a man. He's a real man. We grew up with that too. Amazing. We might be at the bottom of the world, Briz, but we grew up with a lot of American and British influences like TV and movies. That's pretty good. David Crockett? David Crockett, yeah. Oh, yeah, David Crockett. Jiminy Cricket. David Crockett, yeah, that's the one. Jiminy Cricket. Jimmy Cricket sounds familiar too, but David Crockett and Daniel Boone. I'm pretty sure Daniel Boone, that's the AO Corral, is it? The AO Corral at Alamo? Pretty sure. Who was that? Let me have a look. Let me find out who was that. There was quite a few famous people at that. At the Alamo, wasn't there? Alamo. Yeah, let's have a look here. So there were quite a few. Bizarrely, there was a few people that were not all people at the Alamo. Here we go. Yeah, let's see who was at the Alamo. Jose Antonio Navarro was there. Look here. Stephen Austin. These are gentlemen, so I'm not sure they'd be there, surely. Antonio Santa Ana. I'm not sure, but I guess he was in the Mexican side. He's a soldier. Looks a pretty handsome dude. Samuel Houston. He was there. Ellsbury. So look here. Yes. Enrique Esparza. Don't know any of these ones. Francisco Ruiz. Don't know. There's probably the Mexican side, I guess. Juan Sigan. He looks like a soldier. Was it James Bowie? James Bowie there. William Travis. That's the first name that really sounds familiar to me. William Travis. Was it Brazil says Austin? Maybe that's is who Austin, Texas is after. Maybe. Yeah, that could be very well the case. Cricket final start today in relation, says Matt. I don't know. I haven't been following the cricket. I know that New Zealand did beat India. Know that much. Davy, here we are. David Davy Crockett, 1786 to 1936. That's what's that? 50 years. 50 years old. My goodness. Like many of the men who fought at Alamo in 1836. Man, 1836 was the Alamo. That's a crazy long time ago. Davy was a recent arrival in Texas. Received as a celebrity, he had represented Tennessee in the U.S. Congress. He was renowned as an adventurer, Indian fighter, and bear hunter. So he would champion the cause of the common man. How does that sound familiar, doesn't it? Sounds pretty familiar. As the subject of so many legends, the Lion of the West, he was called. The Lion of the West, David Crockett. Nevertheless, accounts from Alamo eyewitnesses shed some light on Crockett's character and his role in the famous Antonio battle. Let's jump through to that then. He had a raccoon cap. That's what I remember, the raccoon cap. By the 1830s, Crockett was nationally known as hunting and fighting exploits recounted in a book and play, The Lion of the West. Yeah, that's true. Death in the Alamo. Crockett was one of the last men standing after the fall of the Alamo. Can you believe it? He and 6 of his men continued to fight until they were surrounded. As Mexican General Antonio Santa Anna entered the compound, he ordered the men executed. According to the diary of Mexican soldiers, several Mexican officers. It wasn't a good death. Let me put it that way. I'll leave it there. Davy Crockett's name and reputation, along with the tall tales of his life, have not faded much over time. Walt Disney premiered Davy Crockett, Indian Fighter, in December 1954. So there were. I thought there was more other. I thought there were other famous gunfighters there. That's the only soldier that's come up. This, William Travis. I'm not sure if he was the default commander. So yeah, looks like they were well outplayed at that battle. Overwhelmed is the way I put it. What else there? We got a few others in here. James Bowie. That's who he named Bowie knife after. Okay, cool. DB says killed him a bear when he was only 3. Sounds about right. Yeah. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it was a little baby bear. We're up to 249 houses. 242. Woohoo! 242 House seats left. Man, we come down a little bit there. 118 Republicans, 75 for Democrats. Starting to fill in now, isn't it? Starting to fill in. We've got the Republicans in the Senate there at 44. Democrats at 45. Obviously, a few Democrat seats come in already. We can see that California's come in from looks of it, QA as well. So let's jump over to the Senate races there. Senate, California, Colorado, Illinois, I guess it is, and Nevada. We've also got these sweet states that don't have any wimps up there, but we've got Vermont is this one here, and New Hampshire up here. And isn't New Hampshire pretty rich, like a pretty rich place? These areas, they're pretty rich. No wonder they're blue. Lots of money up there. I guess they've got gated security, big giant landed property. I bet you that's what that looks like up there. Bet it's beautiful country. May get a bit cold in the winter though. Am I right? That's fine. I'm living on the bottom of the world. I'm making guesses about what that looks like based off movies. That's how we live. That's how we interpret things. All right, so cool. So yeah, 45. So the Republicans need to win. They picked up 15. Democrats picked up 9. The Republicans need 7 seats to go out of 11. 7 out of 11. So there we go. So cool. I guess they won't get Washington, but we'll see. What else we got here? Anything leading into that? Washington and Nevada. Don't have any of those there. They desperately need to win Georgia and North Carolina then. This may be part of the projection though at the moment, so we'll see. 231. Oh, Republicans up to 127 and Democrats at 77. 231 seats to go. Boy, that just started. There must be a bout of places coming in because they just suddenly go bang, 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 bang. Oh, 228. These are projections, by the way, so very few of these will be close to 100%. So we've got 130 and 77 now. So the Republicans need another 88 seats to take the House. Let me just get that back up there. Sorry about that, moving around too much. Georgia is 74%. Still Walker with the lead. Ohio is at 53. North Carolina 50. Pennsylvania is at. So we've still got Georgia's really tight, but North Carolina's got a little bit of a point gap, about 4 points. Fetterman there, that's still pretty tight there, 65%. There's just about a point difference. So that's still up for the odds as well. Pennsylvania is in here. That's Pennsylvania there. New Hampshire 43. New Hampshire, that's definitely looking good for New Hampshire. Florida at 96. Obviously Rubio in like Flynn with. Is that the right saying? In like Flynn? Or is that a bad saying? In like Flynn, but that's in 50. Florida's in. That's a massive win for Florida. Like that's a big win. Yeah. So cool. If you haven't seen his speech was great. The old DeSantis speech was fantastic. QQ says, I can't believe people still vote blue after all that's transpired. Oh yeah, they cheat too. There's a combination of those, but you got to remember that QQ, the propaganda and indoctrination is really powerful. And there's a certain type of people I don't think has very good discernment, and that includes a lot of highly qualified, intelligent people. I've known lots that every story that comes out of mainstream media, they back it 100% without even thinking about it, checking it, or anything like that. They just go full guns. And it's like, my goodness, you're like really intelligent, qualified, and you can't even have any discernment. And it's just like, clearly the story is fake, but they go with it. It's crazy stuff. QK says, imagine voting for a stroke victim over a surgeon. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's kind of crazy. Now, he obviously he needs to take some time off. They should have had someone that has had proper recovery, which he has not, unfortunately. People vote blue because welfare buys their vote. That's true too. That's another good point there, Benny Blanco. Thank you, Hex Token. Good night, everybody. Hey, Sandy Beach, sleep well, and we'll catch you on the other side. Hopefully, a red side of the aisle there. All right, so North Carolina though is looking pink at the moment. Where is that? We've got any North Carolina here? No, can't see that yet, but it's definitely looking good. So cool. Where we're up to 218 House seats left. We're halfway on the House seats votes. 218. We're halfway out of 435, so we're halfway. And 134 Republican, 83 Democrats. Obviously, once we get to the House seats, there are 52. We know that there's a lot of red seats in here. Blue seats in here and red seats all through here. Blue seats down here. There's red seats down here. So the rest of it's kind of blue. Red in here, red in there, red in here. So that's kind of where we are at this stage. Washington's got some red as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how we know that independents have been swinging quickly in the late period. And of course, turnout is very important. Like what people say they're going to do, what people actually do. That's very important too. Oh, no, I'm just enjoying the colors. I got all these colors. Got the red colors. Looks quite good. Letting non-citizens vote isn't good either. Americans, so yeah. It's certainly a big issue there. Night Sandy says, Benny. Thanks, Benny. How are you? And nice. All right, so cool. This is where we are at the moment. 11 seats up for grabs in the Senate. 15 picked up by Republicans. 35 are up for grabs, remember. 9 for the Democrats. We've got 11 left to go, and the Republicans need at least 7. 50-50 is no good because the vice president gets to deciding vote. So you need to get the 51. So cool. 215 in the House seats, so 84 for Democrats. They picked up a couple more seats. Republicans at 136. And slowly the map's getting filled up with projections. So cool. I guess I'm not sure what the contestability is. At 0.5%, you can contest an election, get it recounted. Is it 0.5%? Maybe something like that. I want to think it was a whole percent, maybe 0.5%. I think I have to be pretty tight. So 74% for Georgia, and so Georgia's down here for the Senate, and still Walker in there, so still red. That's a key one to win. Key. North Carolina key as well. Good old Sandy's voted for that, so we didn't ask what Sandy votes for. We just that's somewhere in there. I think it's Sandy. We got a couple of spams in the chat. Just our luck with that. Let me get rid of some of those. Sandy Beach has already done it. Thanks, Sandy Beach. A farewell gift, Sandy. Farewell gift. Thanks, Sandy. What else there? QQ says, I've seen them on the news running out of ballots and blotch ink on ballots that can't be read by the machine. Yeah, we know, man. We can't talk about too much of that on YouTube because that's part of the problem, right? So this is the whole problem. That this is the people in blue. You vote for them, and you're gonna get more of that control. Once they're going for the whole power grab now. So that's pretty much it. So that's why this is so important, this election. Because these guys are not letting loose. Benny says, hoping for the best. North Carolina here too, says Benny. Yeah, definitely hoping for the best there. So not Benny, what's the kind of feeling on the ground where you are? Obviously, it's hard when you got family. If you got any people around you that all vote the same as you, hard to get an idea of what's going on. But maybe you have a better feel if you have a diverse group of friends. Maybe you have a better idea of how they're thinking. Let us know in the chat. If you're from any of these states and you've got a bit of a feel for what you think's going on, particularly some of these marginal states, let us know. 210 in the House seats, woohoo! And 139 are Republicans, 86 for the Democrats. So so far, that is the way it's going. And yeah, it's pretty cool. QQ says Stacey Abrams is a witch. She is. She's pretty bad, but they've got so many bad people in their party. They are just crazy people, man. Oh my, they're so bad. It was crazy. QQ says I'm observing from Canada. Yeah, well, you've got your own problems up there. Fortunately, you are lucky. Unlike the rest of the countries, you've got Polly of Pierre. You are lucky to have him. We don't have anything like that in New Zealand. I don't think there's anything like that in Australia. I don't think there's anything like that in UK. Or France does, though. France, I think, has a couple of good options. Italy, obviously, has just been won by a very good option. Yeah, I think Poilievre's probably the best out of all of them. I think he's going to be a very good person for freedom and making Canada strong again. So yeah, because the debt's just piling up over there and the inflation's pretty high. Freedom's been a big issue. So you guys are lucky, man, to have Poilievre there. All right, so we've got 207 in the House seats now, so we're over halfway with the House calls. We're at 142 Republicans, 86 on the Democrats. We've got 44 on the Republicans on the Senate, 45 of the Democrats, all down to 10. Republicans have just picked up another seat, so we're at 45 in the House. Republicans need 6 seats out of 10 as projected, by the way. So we need 6 seats to take the House on there. That's kind of cool, and get common sense. So we get proper flourishing economy. So yeah, it's funny. Our side is a libertarian side, so we want people to have their free speech. We want people to have the same stuff that we've enjoyed for a long time. But the other side wants to take it all the way. They want to take it all the way and impose their worldview. They're passing laws. In our country, it's going to be hideous, man. They're coming up before we got our election next year, but they're going to pass a lot of hideous laws against language, what you can say, what you can think. They're going to pretty much outlaw your worldview. And of course, they've got mainstream media to help them along with that. So it really is horrible. We don't have any Poilievres. We don't have any DeSantis. We don't have any of those here. And the only one that did betrayed us 2 elections ago, Winston Peters. And he's standing up now, but he's going to betray us again. We followed him for 20 years and he betrayed us. And then now he's trying to stand up pretending he's changed, but he's not. He's the same. So we're really at a loss. We've got small parties, but small parties can't get together. They're all immature. They're inexperienced. And some of them have reasonable policy positions, but not good. So we don't have the best outcome. We have an opposition party, but they're contaminated with probably 2/3 of progressives, which means that you're going to get all sorts of perverse outcomes. So good luck to us. We say good luck. QQ says Jensen is a witch to all WEF loyalists. Yeah, they are. Well, it's kind of weird. We've got these globalist elites, which are part of the WEF, and then we have the UN, all those sort of things. But then we also have socialists, which are almost like servants to them. It's kind of a bizarre alliance, but there are some commonalities between them. I'm not going to go through those on the channel, but there's some really interesting stuff there. QQ's got a couple of comments there. Pierre is the best shot we got, but the Liberals and NDP are team up to still win. That's the issue, right? The NDP. So he's still got to win bigly. Can't stand for the Trudeau. I call him Trudeau. I call him Trudeau. Or Freeland. Yeah. They're bad people. Corrupt as well. That's been demonstrated pretty clearly. QQ says he spent $6,000 at a hotel and partied up in the foyer. This is his last great thing. Jacinda is a witch too. She's terrible. She is our first authoritarian ruler in here, and she's getting away with blue murder, supported by the mainstream media as well, and a lot of professional agencies, including corporations. Really is. The propaganda has played out, and unfortunately, there wasn't any really resistance to it over the last 20 years, and now we're all victims. It's pretty bad. It's going to be just the way it is at the moment. At least America has the opportunity, and there's a few other countries. Italy's gone pretty good. France has potential, but a lot of the other countries, we saw a surprise in Sweden. Was it Sweden or Switzerland? Sweden, I think, was surprised, but that country is pretty much in decline. But they did have a bit of a big political change, which was unexpected. I think it was Sweden. Sorry. Yeah, France may have a change. What else is Australia's pretty much stuffed. They just voted in the Labor Party. They're pretty much the stuff there. All right, so we've got 201 house seats left in play. Sorry, 201 house seats left, and 147 to Republicans, 87 to Democrats. Let's have a look at some of these states that are Pennsylvania, 67%. Oh, that went too quick. We got quite a bit. Ohio's got 71% in. Looks like Grassley for the Republicans. We got Bennett, 63% in Colorado. Wisconsin's still pretty tight there, 69%. Johnson just leading by a little bit. Yeah, hope we win the Wisconsin. That's pretty important too. That one up here. MI. We've got MI there. Hopefully that's going to be Michigan. Yeah. Now Michigan should be red. I mean, the one would think, but there's some of the urban stuff's going on there. Cheers, everybody. Hope you guys are enjoying the midterms. 199 house seats left. We're under 200. Woohoo! We started off at 435. We're down to 199 on the projections. And we just see some getting coloured in there. Some see they get coloured in up here. That's pretty cool. So that's up in good old what state is that? New York. Yeah, New York. It's part of New York. So New York's huge. New York goes all the way down here and down into here. So you've got all the city stuff in there, but the real stuff. So 149 for Republicans, 88 for Democrats, and of course, as we go over here, obviously there's a lot more blue seats, particularly the 52 in California, and so you will have to see that flip. Now this one here, this one in blue, I'm pretty sure that flipped red, but that was for the presidential race, so it may. There's always possibility it could go blue for a House race, so we'll see. This is typically red, or has been red down here. That's been red as well, so we'll see. That's yeah, so 149, 197. Where we're up to 89. So 89 for Democrats, 149 for Republicans, 197. Now the Republicans need 51, 69 for the House to take the House, 69. So we had pretty strong suggestions that they get to 227, potentially over 240. So let's see how we go. Obviously, the stronger the results, the better. I think that if there are some surprise results, then there's more work to be done. Obviously, both sides will be thinking about where they did well, where they didn't do well, and trying to target those areas. But definitely the highlight so far, Florida, in any case, seems to be very strong. Let me know in the chat there if you've got any other areas you think have gone particularly strong, either blue or either red. Let me know so far the results if you're familiar. 10 seats left in the Senate, and we need 6 for the Republicans and for the House. Okay, so we're up to 150 on the Republicans in the House, 196 seats to go. So that is 68. They need 68 to take the House. And we've got 89 for the Democrats. But as we're moving to the West Coast, we're moving into more blue area. So that's when this game on, right? So so forth. So we'll keep checking that. I see that over here. We've got this blue area, a couple of blue areas inside Georgia. See how Georgia's sort of just leaning Republican at the moment. We've got a couple of these blue areas in here, particularly around the city there. So cool. I'm not sure if we've got the details coming up there now. What else there? We've got North Carolina has quite a few blue in the middle here. Now I have been to North Carolina, so been to I think Charlotte, North Carolina. So I've been in there. I went to a wedding there once, so it was interesting. Very green place, but I felt a bit claustrophobic actually. The green shrubbery was very different from here, and it felt a little bit claustrophobic. It's like in the valleys, but hey, well, I guess I would have got used to it after a while. What else? I think we've got some stuff. We've got any? I'm just looking for any surprises here. Iowa. We've got Iowa here. Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, and Louisiana. Does it sound funny with my accent? If you're in America, does this my accent sound funny when I say it? That's kind of funny. It sounds funny when I say it. I just wonder whether you think it sounds funny when I say it. Probably some of you are probably just sitting there laughing every time I try to pronounce an American name. You're probably laughing your head off. That's so funny. Anyway, so we've got 194 House seats left and 151 projected for Republicans, 90 for Democrats. So Democrats picked up one. Republicans picked up one since we did our last update. All the rich estates up here, they bet they got big houses, man, and they bet they're warm because it's cold up there. It's cold. Have you ever seen those apocalyptic movies where, like, we have ice age and stuff, and all these places get frozen to even the air is so bad that get basically frozen to death there. All right, so cool. Let's have a look at the Senates here. We've got definitely New York here going blue. No surprises there. Vermont going blue. New Hampshire going blue. So New Hampshire here, Vermont here, New York. Pretty no surprises there. Pennsylvania is leaning blue at the moment on the Senate race. Maine, it's taken a while for Maine to come in, isn't it? Taking a while for Maine. It's definitely taking a while. Why is it taking so long up there? Are they on slow time up in Maine? I guess they are. Cool. What else is? We got this little one here. What's this little one? This part here, Pennsylvania. This is New Jersey. This is kind of where the Italians. You'd think they would go probably red, wouldn't you? Italians and all that. I don't know. I guess you got a lot of New Jersey, Rhode Island. Rhode Island. That's in here. Rhode Island. I think Rhode Island went Democrat, didn't it? Pretty sure. We've got 46% of Washington coming in, 58 to Democrats. So there, that's starting to come in now for Murray versus Smiley. So 58%. We can see on the breakdown on the House that's kind of blue, quite blue on the coast, a little bit red on the inside. These two areas are red. I guess it's more rural with the Canadian border there as well. So it's coming in. Yeah, I thought actually these would go red here. This would go red. This would go red. We've got this red at the moment. I suspect that might go red. I expect this to go red and then this go blue in here. I expect it to go blue. So we'll see how we go. Expect this to go red in here. Oh, that's only got it's not broken up quite as I thought it would by counties, but that's gonna be interesting to see whether Nevada goes. I think it's red on here. What did I say? Red in here, blue in here. Yeah, blue next to there, blue in there, and blue down here. I don't think we have any. Nevada, 0% in yet. Cortez Musto versus Loxelt. Nothing in there yet for that. This is the Senate races. So nothing's coming in for the Senate. We had one seat come in since we've been covering, I think. 188 House seats, 95 for Democrats. So they picked up a few more seats. 152 for Republicans. I like it. The chart's quite good because it does color up. It fills in the color as you go. So paint by numbers, paint by states, or paint by counties. I guess is. I think that's what they call it. I guess they call them counties on each area. Yeah, I was pretty sure that Daniel Boone was at the Alamo. I know David Crockett was there, obviously famous David Crockett, but I thought someone else was there. But definitely, they said six people standing there. So I should check out Daniel Boone. All right, 187, no change. 10 Senate seats. Living the dream. All right, so the House constitutional powers initiates all revenue bills, initiates articles of impeachment, and of course, if the Republicans get the House, there's a good chance we'll see an impeachment of the president. A Senate gives advice and consent to treaties and to major presidential appointments, and tries impeached officials. So we'll see that one play out maybe. Structure: 435 members with 2-year terms. More hierarchically organized, power distributed less evenly, members are highly specialized, emphasize tax and revenue policy, more committees and subcommittees, and that's really where a lot of the power is. And of course, we've seen the Democrats break a lot of the protocols and wreck that place. That's why you end up getting democracy by name only. It's just one of those many mechanisms. The Senate, on the other hand, 100 members with 6-year terms, so 6 years in the Senate, a lot longer, and every 2 years, pretty much a third's up for grabs. This hierarchy organized, power distributed evenly, members are generous, emphasize foreign policy, fewer subcommittees and subcommittees. Pretty much it. A legislative procedure, bills introduced into the hopper and referred to committee by the Speaker, and then Speaker may create ad hoc committees as well. Committee action in the House, action more influential than the floor action or final decisions. Scheduling generally controlled by majority party leaders and the Rules Committee, and then it's got a rigid floor debate rules favour majority. Debate limits are set by Rules Committee. So yeah, you've got to control the House for that. We're down to 183 on the House left, and we've got 155 so far. Republicans, 97 for Democrats. And Republicans picked up a little bit there, I think. What else there? The Senate, on the other hand, gets bills introduced, may be introduced directly on the floor and normally referred to committee by majority leader. And of course, no ad hoc committees may be created. Floor action is important as committee action for final decisions. Scheduling generally mutually agreed by majority and minority leaders. Flexible floor debate rules protect minority. Debate limits are rare, set by full Senate by unanimous consent or cloture. Changes in the institutions in the 1990s to 2000s. Power centralized in the Speaker's inner circle advisors. Remember that if the president or the vice president gets taken out, then I think it's the Speaker of the House becomes the president as third in line. So it's a pretty powerful position. House procedures are becoming more efficient, etc. Senate workload increasing, normally becoming more difficult to pass legislation. Turnover is moderate. Yeah, so we've seen a lot of legislation get almost deferred to the other branch of the U.S. government, with the executive and the state departments. Instead of implementing laws, they pretty much making a lot of between the executive orders and the state departments. Pretty much making their own laws. So you've got unelected bureaucrats, for the most part, doing a lot of lawmaking, interpreting hashtag making their own laws. We've seen that with the Justice Department recently, and they got smashed in the courts for it, and they had to backtrack on that. So sometimes that does play out where you've got the judiciary. Sometimes it can hold accountable the departments under the state, under the executive, which is the president. So we did get that. And they had a few of those successes recently, which is kind of cool. Right, so we're down to 182, 181 House seats now. 98, the Democrats picked up one. We've got the Republicans at 156, so 98 there. Republicans still need a few there to, 62 to get to control the House. Once you control the House, you control the committees, and you can stop all the silly shenanigans that have been going on. So looking forward to that. That'll be something. And then we've got 10 seats, Senate seats left in play for the Senate. So we still haven't had any update for that yet. 45, Republicans need 6. So we'll see how we get on there. Let's look. We've got Ohio, 92%. That's no change there. We'll look at some of these other ones here. Georgia, nothing here. Florida, no. New Hampshire. Who's New Hampshire again? I can remind myself. Yeah, that is. Yeah, it's way at the top. We talked about that quite a bit. It's a blue. New Hampshire in here. What else we've got here? Connecticut. Yeah, these are some of these little tricky states up here. Connecticut. And here. Utah coming. Did we have some Alaska coming in? I think we did. Pennsylvania, 72%. 72%. Utah, 20%. Utah, 20% in there. Lee leading 59 to 37. That's quite good to start off with, but be a bit of a battle on there, I'm sure, later on. Arizona, 47% in. Washington, 55, 70, 50. Yeah, that's look pretty much a shoe-in for the Democrats there. We any more comments in the chat? Not sure. So look here, QQ says the populace are rising. Italy may make some interesting moves. Worldwide will beat the woke left and bring some balance back at least. Glad to be in the community. We all want the same things. Yeah, I think most people for sure. Smash those likes, says Michael. Definitely smash the likes. QQ says what's important in this election is picking the sheriffs, DAs, and school council members. You know, bad people in those roles. Absolutely, yeah. Letting bad people out, right? Committing a lot of bad things. One really has to do research on those and not listed as Dems or Republicans. True. A lot of like Soros and people putting in funding those sort of programs. Peach Pelosi and Biden to start. Yeah, I like that. I like where we're heading with that. What we talk. I see in the news lately talking about Pelosi talking about retiring. Yeah, right. That just depends on the power play, right? Anyway, we've got 178 House seats left to go. We've got 99 for Democrats and 158 for Republicans. So we need 60 to take the House and for the Republicans. We'll see how we get on. We've got a lot of leaning pink here at the moment coming in these, I guess, counties. I guess that's the right term. All right, let's play that out there. Let's have a look. I'm trying to see what we've got. Utah. Is Utah on here? No, not yet. Wisconsin. No, not there. North Carolina. Bud winning over Beasley. That's good. That's coming in nicely. 95% in. 50.8 points versus 47. That's good. Georgia, of course. Have we got Georgia? Oh, I missed it, I think. So, yeah. All right, I'm going to have a little break. I'll be back in a minute. So let's see what happens as we go. All right, catch you again in a few minutes. All right, and we're back, and we're live, and bad judges too. That's true. All right, where are we up to since we left? I think we were at about what was it, 174 or something. Republicans to 161. Democrats finally over 100 on the House at 104, racing for 218. So it's going to be interesting to see this. The Senate, no change in the Senate, still 10 seats left in play. We'll see which seats decide to come in very late, right? So we'll see how that plays out. Let's have a look. Just some of that. Right, let's go back. Well, for King in the House, hey, good to see you. What's it? We only get to vote for local, state, and federal governments, and not much else. Is Bob King, yeah. But Crazy Australia decided to vote themselves in the Labor Party. There's a kind of a problem with the two-party system, but it's just like it's the Labor Party is completely nuts. Even our national parties, which are no longer really conservative, like I said to them, they're pretty much been taken over by majority progressives now. So you got the same woke stupidity. So unfortunately, it's just unfortunate. Yeah, cool. We got 169 House seats, 161 Republicans, 105 for Democrats. So they pick up another one there. I think that's right. Yeah, one picked up another one. So cool. So what we need now, 58, 57 seats needed by Republicans, 57 for the House, 57. So cool. That's where we are. We've got sitting on the Senate here with the updates. Let's look at the hot races. Texas got a couple of hot races over there. Look at this. Democrats in Texas 28, Texas 34. So some pretty crazy stuff going on there. I guess in some of these blue states here. And here. I guess being in these blue states, they're out of the way of a lot of problems, right? I guess I don't know where the border finishes, but I guess they are away from that. Let me look here down the bottom. Oh no, they're on the border. These are all on the border. So maybe it's this coastal part here makes them. I think they're a bit better off, and they're crazy. Let's see what else we got. Let's have a look here. Arizona, 47% in, 58% to Kelly. It's looking very Democrat at this stage. But on the House, got some nice red states in there. On the House, winning in there, and maybe the one there, but definitely still that borderline. That's kind of weird. That's really weird results there. So cool. Gives us to do with the makeup there too. Else? Ohio got Ohio 109, 13. These are all pretty Democrats, pretty close, some of them, but looking pretty still enough to get the Democrats in there on Ohio. Ohio up in here. There's some of these blue ones in here. So we have had no real change in the Senate seats, still sitting at 10, so no change there. The Republicans need 6. Only one party wins, the War Party, voting as loud, says Stevie. Yeah, there's somewhat truth to that. We have two-party dictatorship, Coke and Pepsi. That's the choice. We're going down renewables path and electric prices. Yeah, high. Well, the problem is that technology has been around for a long time, but it takes a long time to develop, and so it's still more expensive. A lot of people don't understand the marginal dispatch either, so the way it goes. It's cool. You pay for something somewhere, you have to lose from somewhere else. That's pretty much the story there. 164 is the House, so we're up to 107 on Democrats and 164 on Republicans. Looks like Democrats picked up another seat there, heading towards 218. Remember, all the House seats are up for grabs, 435 all up for grabs, so every single one are here. Whereas the Senate here is 100 seats, only 35 are up for grabs. All the ones in grey are already taken, which are showing grey for Republicans, 29, and 36 for Democrats, and no election on those. And so the fight is for these seats here, 35 of them, and so far 16 have gone to Republicans and 9 to the Democrats. I guess it also depends on the state that's up for grabs, right? So Republicans still need 60 to win the House. Yeah, so last time the in 2020 there were 50 Democrats, 50 Republicans, and so the vice president got to decide which way the Senate goes. So that's why the Republicans were pretty desperate to get that majority back to 51. So that's pretty much it. Last in 2020, the Democrats gained 4 seats and lost 1 seat, and the Republicans gained 1 seat and lost 4 seats in 2020. So now they're looking at a bit of reversal for that. So let's see how they get on. $45 at the moment. It was 50-50 in 2020, which is what we've got now. Let's see if there's a change for that. House seats, big change there, down 160. Would just drop down. So the Democrats picked up another 4 seats. So 110 versus Republicans 165, racing for 218 are they both. We've got some of the Democrats coming in now thick and fast through California. Remember, there's 52 House seats in California. It's supposed to be population based. Remember I told you they did a new census and they made mistakes on 12 seats, and 11 of them went to the Democrats. So it was a mistake, but apparently they can't get rid of it for at least something like 12 years. So you make up your mind about that. It's another tactic there, in my view, as along with a lot of the other things that they've been doing. So if you don't think they're going for complete power, then you need to do some research. Go and do your own research, but they're going for a complete power grab. A permanent power is what they've been doing. This is also true here in our country in a different way, but they're doing it here too. 158 House seats left in play, and of course Democrats at 111 and Republicans at 166. Slowly we're filling in this paint by colors map of the United States. We've got some Maine starting to come in here, but we've had that's because it's grey. We've got Pennsylvania leaning Democrat at the moment, North Carolina leaning Republican, Georgia leaning Republican. It's kind of a nice move here in the South. Kind of nice. So cool. What else we got going in there? Let's jump back to the Senate seats. Connecticut. Okay, so Connecticut is up here. Connecticut is in here. That is a blue. Hey, look, Wisconsin is leaning a Republican at the moment. Nevada's the only one that's up. Oh, Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii have not come in. They're the only ones that are in white that are still yet to have some direction coming in. Still waiting for those. Nothing coming for that yet, so that's cool. J-Man House, I'm going to join the beer party, says J-Man. Nice one. Bugger, I forgot about the second stream, says Brennan. Don't worry, I've started way earlier, Brennan. I was going to start now, like about now, but I started way earlier. Started, was it 2 hours and 20 hours ago? 2 hours and 20 minutes. So cool. 154 House seats left. Republicans gain 1 to 167. Democrats up to 114. So we're starting to get into the Democrat state. So we expect this to grow at a faster rate. So 114 at the moment. So a lot more to come in. We had no move in the Senate. I think we've only had one move during the live stream, maybe 2. Can't remember now, but yeah, I think we might have had 2, maybe. 45. We've got no Nevada yet, no Alaska, no Hawaii. We've got Utah and Wisconsin leaning in, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania and Washington. They're sort of where we are at the stage on those seats. Actually, I missed the Oz one there. I was watching that one a bit closer. Utah, it's got Lee in ahead there, 53 or 46. It's not looking too bad. Little Utah there, leaning Republican at the moment. Nevada, nothing coming for Nevada yet, so still waiting for that. That's at Corey Mastro versus Lux out there. Nothing in there. That's the one that's still white. Nothing for Alaska yet or Hawaii come in. Obviously, I think Hawaii's pretty blue and pretty red for those two. Alaska, so it's got 0 at the moment. Washington 57, 43, 57. Looks like it's going to go Democrat for that one, unless all the rural parts have come in late. Let's have a look here on Washington. Yeah, it's only one real area. These 2 areas here that are Republican. The rest of it's all very, I guess, around Washington is very blue. Utah 53.5 versus 43 at 47%, so looking good there. Washington at 53. Down to 152 on the House seats, 168 on Republicans. I picked up another seat there too. Democrats at 115. So they need 50 seats now, 50 seats for Republicans to take the House back out of 152. So you've got a 1 in 3 chance there. With that being said, a lot of the 52 seats in here for the California. A few upsets would be nice. Oh, we just dropped to 116 on Democrats. 151 seats left. 10 on the Senate. We haven't seen much change for that, but they're still coming in now. We should probably get some results on the Senate soon. That's pretty much it. Hex had a nice 8% move today, did it? I haven't even checked. Maybe I should pull it up. Do you guys want me to pull it up? Let me know if you want to pull the Hex chart up there. Don't worry, says Marco. Tens will just stop counting. Then they attempt to steal the Senate. Yeah, it's a bit like that, Marco. A bit like that. We saw that last time. It was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But look, the mainstream media came in and supported that corruption. Ridiculous. But anyway, I better not talk about too much on this live stream. Hex has had a nice 8% move up today. Very cool. Hex is strong. Very cool. Now let's we'll have I haven't even pulled up the Hex chart during the whole live, but let's do it. Let's pull up the Hex chart. We're just gonna have a brief break here. Go have a look at the Hex chart here. After the oh wow, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's pretty impressive. Back to 3.4, nice. Hedron at 2852. That is pretty nice. Well done, Hex. Well done, Hexkins. Well done all around. You guys, wherever you are around the world, shout yourself a beer. That's a nice little bounce back after the FUD moving around and the big whale that we had. That was really the big move. We'd already been moving down though, but that big move. There we are, back to 3.4. That's nice. Get back to some decent activity there. So cool. Yeah, not sure why. Bring the chart up, please, says Brennan. There we are. We did it. We came. We saw Brennan. We conquered. Nice up there. That's nice recovery. Pulse launch, sir, says DB. Pulse launch. Yeah, like I say, if we get that V3 testnet out, that could be pretty exciting. Down to 150, folks, and Republicans picked up another seat up to 169. We need 49 seats now to get the House back and to stop the madness. And then, of course, what will the mainstream media do without the committee madness and all the fake stuff that they put on there? It's crazy. That is the worst thing is seeing people, particularly rhinos, right? Rhinos sitting in select committees and then crying, making up a song, boo hoo hoo, and you can tell it's just fake crying, right? Boo, this happened to be. It's like, seriously, dudes. It's a bit crazy. Anyway, it's good for TV, right? Good for TV and narratives. You're making up narratives. Right, so we're at 150 on the House seats there, 169 for Republicans, 116 for Democrats. We've got 10 seats. This hasn't budged for a while, but we have got quite a few coming in Washington. I guess these guys still coming in Utah, Arizona. I guess these are the ones that are not counting yet. Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii. I guess these are the ones. Georgia and North Carolina. We just missed the North Carolina one. I was trying to capture that one. Wisconsin, that's up here. That is 80% in. 51% for Johnson. That's going the right direction. Nice to see that. What else we got there? Washington's going to Democrats. Utah is looking favorable for Republican. On Lee there. I'm not sure what the UN there is. McMullen, is that independent or something? In Utah, that's the Utah here. Alaska, they're probably still out hunting or something like that, fishing, and maybe it's takes a while. I'm just making jokes there. Alaska's a place I'd like to go to, actually. It's a bit cold, but I definitely wouldn't mind going up there. What do we got there? We've got Ohio, North Carolina. North Carolina, 95% in, 50% for Bud. North Carolina looking good. Pennsylvania, 77%. New Hampshire as well. West New Hampshire again. To remind myself. That's way up the top again. These little ones, I haven't really familiarized myself with these before, you see, so that's kind of why I'm a little bit having to go back there all the time. New Hampshire there, they're all pretty much Democrat states. I imagine they're all pretty nice places, and I imagine there's not that many people up there, relatively speaking, to a lot of places. But I imagine it's quite a wealthy sort of giant log cabin mansion type of places. I don't know. You let me know if I'm wrong about that, but I think that's kind of all we are there. What else? Georgia. We've got Georgia in here. I'm trying to find Georgia. I can't wait for Georgia to come back. Wisconsin. Yeah, 80% for Wisconsin, 51% to Johnson. So that's looking good. 48% to Barnes. So still enough percentage points gain difference there. 80% in. So unless there's a lot of urban stuff coming in, that's pretty much the place would be. Wisconsin. So you can see Wisconsin's actually fairly red. There's this big city, I guess. I don't know what the capital of Wisconsin is, but I guess it must be a big city in there. Georgia, there's Georgia. Walker 49.1, 48.9. That's 88% in, folks. Look how close that is. I think that's closed up a little bit too on Georgia. So it's going to be a tight race. I'm not sure what percentage that you have to have. There must be some rule around whether you can get a recount or something like that. I also heard that there was going to be some sort of runoff or something, so I'm not quite sure what that plays out either. I'll have to educate myself about that. What else there? Well done, fellow Hexkins, says Brennan. Definitely. I grabbed 1 million Hex at 2.7, says Tail7. Nice work. So happy, man. Well done to you, man. Well done. That's a great move. And it's now at 3.4. So that's a very good move. That's all I have to. It says Tails7. Nice. Tails moved the price up. Nice. Yeah, nice one there, Tails. Dropped a like for Superman Alpha. Yeah, thanks for that, Brennan. Appreciate that. You like the red color scheme for our special live stream of the midterms? Nice bright and red and flags. I think it looks pretty good. Cool. We got 149. Republicans picked up another seat, 170. So they need 48 seats more. And the Republicans are Democrats at 116. So they need 98, don't they? 98. But they do have California coming in with 52 seats available. Obviously, a few of them are going to Republicans. Pretty much where we said this place here I thought would go Republican too, but it's currently blue at the moment. Let's jump over to the houses. So now we're jumping over the house tabs. Let's bring all the house races up. There's so many of them, and I guess it would take a while to get familiar with 435 kind of races, wouldn't it? You have to spend a bit of time, I'm sure, or have a photographic memory or an identity memory to remember that pretty quick. Hey, look, we got 9 Senate seats left in place. We've got another update. Democrats picked up one, 46. Not quite heading in the right direction, but 46. Just depends what seat comes in at the time, I guess. So that's pretty much it. Which one was that, actually? Washington, Arizona. I'm trying to think which one that was that just came in. Was it this one here? One of these up here? Maybe they came in. Yeah, so they're up. They picked up another seat, 46. It was probably a seat they were likely to pick up. So I'm gathering that's where we're at. So Republicans still need to get 6 out of 9. It's 2 out of 3 they need. Oh, there's 8. 8 has come up. Republicans just picked up one, so another 8 came in. North Carolina. North Carolina has been called. You saw that come live, that updated live there. So North Carolina, 46-46, folks. Woo-hoo-hoo. Hot doggity dog. And there we go, folks. That's getting close. So the Republicans need 5 seats. So Democrats, is easy again for Democrats, right? They need 4 seats, and that's what they need with Democrats. The Republicans need 5. The Democrats need 4 for victory, and they'll be back. Because remember last time, 50-50 with the vice president deciding. That was pretty much that. So it's easier for Democrats, but of course there is quite a few. Probably the swing in the independents may move it to the Republicans. We'll see. Let's have a look at Utah. Is Utah here? No, let's go back to the Senate again. Utah, 47% in, 53.8 to the lead. So I think this is not getting updated until these get called red. So at the moment it's leaning red. That's kind of it. Wisconsin's leaning red as well. What else there? Georgia as well. We got the Georgia. Wisconsin there, 81% in for Wisconsin. 51.5 to 48. So it's getting close. Getting close to a victory, but not quite called yet. Too much, 90% to go with such close points there. 3 percentage points. Still not ready to call yet. So Wisconsin's getting closer though. Yeah, let's see if Georgia. We got Georgia. No, not Georgia there. I'm not talking about Washington because that's pretty much, I think, Democrats' hands. So not really much about that. Arizona. Yeah, Alaska's likely to go to Republican. There, Hawaii's come in. So that was the one that came in where Democrats went to 46. So Hawaii's come in, and that's colored in now for Hawaii. That was to be expected. I don't know if we even had that on this update here. So cool. 147 in the House, and we're up to 170 for Republicans, 118 for Democrats. So 48 is needed for Republicans to get so far. So right, 48, yeah. We're up to here. Let me just moving around a bit. So what else we got going? We've got Arizona. I think we talked about that. Utah. We got any of these? Iowa, Georgia. No, none of the ones I'm wanting to look at this stage. I guess the locked ones are these gold ones. They're kind of locked in. Yeah, picked up 17 so far for the House Senate. 10 for the Democrats. It's getting close. Utah, 47%. Utah, 47% there. Oh, that meant they're flicking pie a bit fast. I might have picked it up too late. Georgia, I missed that too. I'll have to come back around again now. Wisconsin, 81%, 51.5, 3 percentage points. So that's no change. What else? Arizona. Do we have Arizona in there? Utah, 47%, 53.8. That's a bit of a shoe-in. 8 Senate seats left, 46, 46. It seems like really tight. 46, 46, 8 seats left. What else we got here? Arizona, Wisconsin, 81%, 3 points. Let's wait for that to come around, waiting for the next refresh. Looking good, folks, looking good. Utah looking good. Washington, the Democrats. Alaska are not coming yet. Georgia, 88%. So Georgia, 88%. 49-49. Oh, it's come back to Warnock. Oh, close the gap. 49-49, folks. Must be some of these urban parts coming in the Georgia there. So, oh, that's disappointing. This blue coming in here, I guess, is where the votes are coming from in this blue area. Pulling it back. Oh, my goodness. Yachi. I was hoping we're going to win Georgia. So that's where it is at the stage. Utah. So Georgia is a full-on fight. 49-49. Walker was in a lead there, but it is even now. Ouch, that's not the direction we wanted. Hopefully some more rural counties are coming in, and that's going to go the other way. Oh, man. We don't want the madness, man. We don't want the madness. 145, 171 versus 119. That is where we're at the moment. 145 seats left, and getting closer and closer. So, cool. 47 seats needed for the Republicans to take the House. 46 even, but Georgia is going. Looks like it could be. Let's see what happens. It's getting tight now. 49-49, 88% in. Ouchie. Hopefully there's some rural votes coming in the right place. What else? Utah. Have we got Utah in there? I'm not sure. Utah. Wisconsin. Utah safe in the house there. Alaska's not coming yet. Come on, Alaska. Georgia 49-49. That's scary. That's scary. It's funny because you got all these red states coming in around. Like North Carolina was always a bit dubious too, right? But you'd think that these would all be red in here. So it just shows you how much there must be some particular changes making that. Besides propaganda machines, there must be something else going on there too. All right, so cool. Let's get into it. Any comments? What else there? Hex Fetty in house there. What's up, guys? Good to see Hex Fetty. We're wave, in my opinion, says Andrew. Well, we're seeing. We're going to find out at the end of the day. I think the Democrats might be doing slightly better than possibly expected. I am not ready to call that yet, but because I'm not obviously know all the stuff here. Just picking up more knowledge as we go. Yeah, Florida looking good. Yeah, Florida was an absolute land. That was absolute incredible. A political shift in Florida. That was phenomenal. 20-point gain. I mean, it was just amazing. Brendan says, nice theme. Bald Eagles for the Americans. Yeah, not too bad, eh? Even Stephen, yeah. For Georgia, Georgia, they're a real fight. We had a couple more come in. We're down to 144, folks. And 171 for Republicans. Some big changes. Woo! Down to 141, 173 for Republicans, 121 for Democrats. We are heading to the West Coast, so obviously a lot more. And with the California, 52 House seats in it, it's definitely a combat zone. Combat zone. So it's cool. Interesting, Nevada is very slow. I'm not sure why Nevada comes in so late, but particularly later than California's already got a lot of stuff in there, so I don't know. I know there were quite a few issues with machines in the Nevada. But let's not talk about that because we got to watch out. Apparently, we have to watch out what we say. Isn't that weird in a free society? That's crazy. This is the problem, right? So the people that vote blue, they don't care. They just want to be controlled. That's pretty much it. The rest of us, we do not. We want freedom. All right, cool. What else? So we go here. 47% Utah, and pretty much it. Washington Democrats, Alaska coming in, waiting for that. That's pretty much a seed, isn't it? So that'd be 47. Be surprised there. And Georgia, 88%, 49.49. Man, that's the chilling race at the moment. There's the old Georgia here. There's the chilling one. Oh, down to 139, 173, 123. Democrats picking up a few seats here as we move into the West Coast. Results coming in. Not that was to be expected. Oh, 124. There we are. So we're up another one there for Democrats. Cool. What else there? Freedom, says Brennan. Yeah, freedom. It's amazing. Amazing. People just not aware. There's so many ignorant people out there. It's a crazy place. Hexbulla's in the house. What's up, G's? Good to see Hexbulla. 173. Let's jump over to the Hex chart just quickly since it had a nice little bounce back today. 3.39, 3.34. Nice little move there. Very cool. Nice to see that. 137. So we've got 125 for the Democrats, picking up a few seats now that we're heading over to the West Coast. We've got more of the East Coast coming in too, I guess, as well. Up at the top north and northeast here, up in these very lovely states up here. I guess it's got nice lush land with big houses and big private schools or something like that. They got the blue there. I need to plug out some pictures actually. Let me pick up some pictures of Maine just so I confirm that what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure that's the case because I've watched a lot of movies. So, let's see. Maine, USA. Let's have a look. Images of Maine. Yeah, it's pretty classic, isn't it? Oh, it's pretty tidy. Oh man, there's some beautiful townships up there. Man, it's got very sort of old school type of buildings. Some of these Albany is pretty nice like that. All right, so 136 House seats, 126 to Democrats, 173 to Republicans. So yeah, that's pretty nice. Man, Albany's a pretty nice little place at nighttime. Portland, it's pretty nice too. So cool. It's all pretty, probably not relatively that populated either. So it's cool. We're up to 136. We got 126. Nothing changed there. So that Georgia race is probably the most pivotal one at the moment. Is that Georgia race? Brennan says Hex will set us free. I do believe, says Brennan. Nice. I like that. Certainly holding up pretty stubbornly. 3 cent mark has been. I mean, obviously we had a big whale move us below to 2.29, but apart from that, 2.77 something, 2.8 has done pretty well actually, holding where it is. So it's not too bad. Back up to 3.4 today. That's pretty good because we could have had a double whammy, right? Could have had the FUD, had the big whale, have the general market pullback. But it didn't seem to take that last thing on board, the market pullback, and didn't seem to go down with that. So it's not always that easy to predict, when these things don't play out like that. You're playing probability, right? Saying, well, if we get that, and that, then it's going to go down, down, down. But maybe it bounces back on one of those. So. All right, midterms. Here we go. 136 House seats left in play. 8 Senate seats left. These are projections, by the way. So I guess I don't know if any of them have actually got to 100% yet. But Colorado, Georgia, man, 88%, 49-49. Warnock, Walker equal. That's pretty crazy. Wisconsin there is 83% in, 51. So it's leaning Republican. That's kind of cool. I would say it takes a fair amount to shift the state, politically shift the state. There's a problem with a lot of small parties. A lot of small parties, they think, oh, we've got a good small party. This is what we have in New Zealand. We've never had any experience in elections. We're going to win. Because in New Zealand you have to get 5% to get your party in. And a lot of parties, they think, oh, we're going to just go out and do this. It's so fun. We're going to hand out a few pamphlets, hold a few little meetings. they think they're going to get in. And that's not the way it works. They're up against two major parties, and the psychosis, the psychology of that, and so they're not used to it. So it makes me laugh when they do that, and I've seen it many times, unfortunately. And then the best option for them is to combine, and then they have little tiffs. The media does a divide and conquer on them too. So the media will do hit jobs on them and try to divide them, and they fall into that too. And they go, I can't go with that other small party because the media's already done a hit job. So they just play into the hands. It's kind of crazy. Because they're only going to win the voters that are going to win, right? So if they combine, they're still going to pretty much have the strength of their voters, but it's aggregation, right? So they're aggregating them together. They just don't get it. And then they go out and market. They don't market the best either, so they got a lot of stuff to do online, physical marketing, and sort of stuff. Interesting, but doesn't help us much when they're ineffective like that. 131 on the House seats. We've got 130 Democrats that have picked up a few seats as we move to the West Coast, I should say. And we've got still got a few of the Northeast Democrat states counties coming in, I guess is what you call them. So 130, 174. Looks like Republicans picked up one more. So they've still got a bit of work to do. 26, 36, 44. They need 44. Still a bit of work to do there with the House votes. Obviously, the voting's in, so it's not like they've got work to do, but we're still waiting for that to come in. That's pretty much it. There are 8 Senate seats. We're waiting. We had to have one come in. That was kind of cool. So far, the Republicans have picked up 17 out of 35. The Democrats picked up 10 out of 35, and there's still 8 remaining. But the big battleground is Georgia. That is the battleground. And the Republicans were ahead, slightly ahead, but it's gone 40-40, 49-49. Let's see if we get any more update there. 88% in, 49-49, Warnock versus Walker. There's probably a small difference between the two, but still slightly leaning at Georgia. Is slightly leaning to Republicans still on the decimal places, I guess. What else we got there? Utah is leaning. Utah is 48% in. Lee 54 over Mullen, I should say. Sorry, who looks like some sort of independent. I'm not sure what they are there. UN. What else we got there? Arizona is pretty much going Democrat so far. Washington going Democrat. Utah 48%. Like I say, it's going Republican. Alaska, nothing in for Alaska. We're waiting for that. Hawaii has already gone Democrat. And so 46-46. Remember last time, the current one makeup we have is 50-50 with the vice president as the deciding vote. Obviously, the Republicans have it harder. They have to win 51. They can't do a 50-50. So Democrats have it easier. They need 3 more. So one seat has been called. So that's Washington. You just see that just got colored in. So 47. They got 47 versus 46. So 7 seats to go. So timing it up here. So Utah, Wisconsin, and Georgia is just flipped blue. Just a flip blue on the leaning blue there. So the stats are going to slightly switch to Georgia. Not great. Very big battle going on there. 88%, 49-49. Ouchie. So there we are. We've got up here too, PA. That's at Pennsylvania, is it? Yep. Pennsylvania is leaning blue. We've got Pennsylvania on here. Don't know if we have. Georgia was the one that the Republicans really want to win. That is a 50-50 at the stage. It's just flipped from leaning GOP to leaning Georgia. Pennsylvania there. So cool. That's been called. What else there? Georgia 80. Yeah, like I say, battleground. Hopefully there's a lot of rural votes coming in, man. Hopefully people got out and voted as well. PA is Pennsylvania. I guess is it Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania 80% in, 49.2 to the Democrats, 48.4 to Oz. That's Oz versus Fetterman. I mean, Fetterman had the stroke and did a very bad performance. He probably should actually, be recovering, but he decided to go. So that's up to him if he's going to do that. And of course, at the moment, he is still leading, but 20% to go. That could change. So that is still up for grabs and so forth. So let's see what happens there. Dr. Oz, of course, the famous TV doctor. So we'll see how he goes. Arizona there is going to Democrats pretty strongly. 48% in, but 57 to 40 against Kelly versus Masters. So very strong Democrats there. Interesting, they're on the border too, which is kind of weird. You'd think that a lot of that apparently they like crime and stuff like that. So this seems to be a bit weird to me. But hey, when you propaganda to people enough, they'll do anything you want. They'll do anything you want, including be a slave, which apparently a lot of people like to be slaves. So that's just the way it goes. All right, so the House there is 128 on the House seats. Democrats picking up a lot more seats at 133. We've got Republicans at 174. So still a lot of places to come in yet. 7 seats left for the Senate, 47 to Democrats. They need 50 to control the House with the Vice President, and the Republicans at 46 need 5 seats out of these 7. So that's where they need to go at this stage. They got 1, 2, 3. They'll get them to 50. They may get blocked. They may get blocked at this stage. Utah, there we are. Utah's gone. So it looks like Utah's been called. They've got 47, folks. So that was pretty much a given, the Utah. So that's gone to the Republicans. So 47. They still need 4. And at the moment, we've got Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Georgia is pretty much a fight there. Those look Democrats. So don't get them to 50, folks. So that's why that Georgia and Pennsylvania are so important to win one of those. We've got Wisconsin there leaning GOP. So that would be 48. With Alaska, that would be 49. So really, you need to win both Pennsylvania and Georgia. So it looks like the Democrats may hold off the Republicans at this stage. Looking dicey. So we've still got 20% or so to go for those. So it's still a tight race. So yeah, these 51, 52, 53 projections may not play out. What else we got? We got a couple of comments in here. 3 cents is a strong accumulation range. Any wicks below do not last long, says Brennan. How long until all votes are finalized? Well, I don't know. Don't know the answer to that. The way silly question will be when it's counted. That's true, but you kind of know what you mean by that. At the moment, let's have a look at the battleground states here. In any case, if they win the House, the Republicans, then that will stop a lot of the shenanigans going on and a lot of the bad policies going through. So this is they win that in any case. Winning the Senate would have been a real big bonus, but if they can win the House, then that's the real blockage, right? So winning both would have been even better, though, even better. Now you can't do impeachment if you don't have the House, so you might as well forget that. You might as well forget it if you're going to do impeachment. Right, so cool. What else? I think that's where we're at the moment. So yeah, definitely Georgia. They need to flip Georgia and Pennsylvania. Arizona, of course, is out. So let's have a look. Come back to Arizona. I think that's the gap's really massive and it's pretty much Democrat. Pennsylvania 82% in. Fetterman at 49.2. Oz at 48.4. So that's looking a little bit weaker actually. So surprise. People, it just shows you kind of voters that are there, to be honest. So yeah. They are up in New York and all those sort of particularly liberal states, so no surprise there. What else we got there? Arizona, yeah, 48% in, 57.8 Kelly to 40% Masters, so pretty much Arizona's in there, so that's 48 for the Democrats. And Georgia and Pennsylvania, those are really the battleground states. All right, so we've got 124 House seats left in play. We've got 175 to Republicans, 136 to Democrats. 6 Senates left in play. And we've got 3. Oh, Nevada hasn't come in. I haven't even placed Nevada, so Nevada hasn't come in. So that's still up for grabs. So that's taking ages to come in. 0% come in. That's Cortez Masto versus La Holt there. So I forgot about that. It was sitting in white there, and Nevada's still to come in. Phew, that opens the game up a little bit more. Opens because a little bit more optimism there. So Wisconsin at 48, Alaska 49, They still need to win one of Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Nevada. They still need to win that. So yeah, so close, so close. Yeah. Georgia, 89% in, 49-49, still leaning Democrat, so 1 percentage point increase there. Still plenty of room there, 90% with almost even. You just never know what the makeup of the votes are coming in, whether there's rural stuff coming in or not. No doubt if it's very close, though, there'll be legal action or whatever they runoffs or whatever else they have there. So 89% there, Georgia down the bottom left there. So that's kind of the tight rate. That is so critical, man, to win that. The GOP needs to win that. Pennsylvania as well is the other one with Dr. Oz. I'm apparently man to man. It's kind of crazy, but just shows you the when you're going into politics, you got to fight the blue, the red. We have it here too, but different parties. But our blue is not that conservative. Like I said, it's 2/3 progressive now. How do you know that? You just know it by the issue and how they vote on the issue. That's how you know. And then, of course, how they talk. So what they say and what they do, that's how you work out whether they've got that progressive worldview, which is actually causing a lot of problems. But, of course, they don't care. They don't care. That's pretty much it. All right. So we got 124 House seats left, 175 Republicans, and Democrats 136. And the House 47. A little bit closer than we would like at this stage. And all 8 Republican Democrats need is 50. That's it. Much easier for them. Republicans need 4 more seats. So I think they got Arkansas and Wisconsin in the bag. But they were really hoping to pick up Georgia and Pennsylvania and obviously Nevada, which has not even come in yet. So we'll see. $84 in, 51.6. So that's looking pretty good. Wisconsin's still looking pretty good. Alaska's not coming yet, but that should go Murkowski. Georgia for 89. That's the real battleground, man. They need to win Georgia. It needs to flip back around. What else? 84% for Wisconsin, 51.6 versus 48. That looks still looking pretty good. So forth. So cool. I'm trying to find Nevada. Nevada's got nothing coming yet. What do they do in Nevada, man? They must be having a cup of tea time or something. What else? I had a cup of tea the other just earlier in the live stream. So if you missed that, I had a cup of tea. Cup of tea. Nevada, there are 0 in. Cortez Mastro versus was it LaVolt there? LaVolt, I think it was. 123 House seats. Democrats at 137. Republicans at 175. The map is slowly filling in for the House on the right hand side here as we move to the West Coast. What time is it now? It is 12:30 in the evening, and 12:30. It's 12:30 in the morning. It's currently Wednesday now in New York, but it's still Tuesday in Los Angeles. It is was it 9:30 in the evening in Los Angeles? So that's the time frame over here. So they've just closed a lot of their stuff. It was at 9 o'clock, I think, but it seems to be coming in. Right. Yeah, we need this Georgia to flick back. Need it to flick back, man. We've got 19 percentage points to add up on there. So we need Georgia to flip. 89% and 49-49. Democrats are slightly ahead on the percentage points there at the decimals. Pennsylvania, that is 48.4 to 49.2, 18 percentage points. You need a lot of, I guess, southern stuff coming over here near the Ohio, maybe somewhere in here. That would have to come in, I'm gathering. I don't know where the major cities are there, but that's kind of where you're up. 48.4 for Fetterman. So there we are. Crazy, man, crazy. So those are the real battlegrounds, Georgia and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania and Georgia there. Wisconsin looks like it's going the right direction. Nevada hasn't even come in yet. And Arizona there is a shoe-in for the Democrats from the looks of it, unless there's a lot of rural stuff that comes in. All right, 122 House seats in. Democrats pick up another one to 138. The Republicans are 175. Slowly coming in there. So a quick look over Hex and see how Hex is doing. 3.478, so even higher than it was before. So becoming another little bit of extra move higher there. That's pretty nice. Well done to the Hexkins there, picking up there. We are in accumulation zone. I've got that in here. I've got it to the mid, just after the Fed rate hike there. So let's see how we get on. It's so far so good. Man, it'd be cool. We got some V3 news. That'd be pretty neat. That'd be pretty good. Testnet. I'm talking about testnet. Getting the testnet up. Oh, we've just come up to 3 hours on the live stream. Now, what time is it here? 6:30 in the evening. So I'm just going to go top up my drink. I'll be back in a second. See you all in shortly, a couple of minutes. All right, we're back. We're back. How are we doing? What's happened here? Right, so House seats down at 120 left, 176 to Republicans, 139 to Democrats. We're moving from the east to the west coast. Still quite a bit in the middle there to go, up the north and splattered around the place. Still quite a bit on the northeast and a ton on the west still to come in. So Senate seats 6 left, tighter on the Senate than expected. Pennsylvania and Georgia in particular, the battleground ones. And so far, the Georgia was leaning the old GOP, so switched 94% in Georgia. Oh man, that's switched around a lot. Warnock 49.3, Walker 48.6. So it looks like Georgia is very close to going Democrat. So that is a big loss for the Republicans, indeed. So Wisconsin 48, 49 with Alaska. Nevada, let's say, is a 50. They'd have to win Pennsylvania. That is pretty much where it comes down to. And that itself is still looking like a bit of a task there. So it could be disappointment for the Senate for the Republicans. Let's see where Pennsylvania is at the moment with Dr. Oz versus Fetterman. See where that comes in there. 19. So Democrats picked up another seat in the House. This was to be expected this time of day. So 140, Republicans at 176. Wisconsin there looks pretty reasonable for Republican. 3-point difference, 86% in. So that's up here in Wisconsin. What else we got there? Nevada has not come in yet, but that is probably to go to Republicans there. Arizona going to Democrats, probably Republicans. So really, Georgia looks like that is the stuff that's come in the last wee while has come in strongly. So we jumped from 81% to 94%, and it really flipped strongly for Warnock. The Democrats looks like they've taken Georgia. Wild disappointment. And of course, then we've got Pennsylvania. Really is the last one left there, and I keep missing to talk about it because it flies by. So we'll have to wait for that to come back. So, 1, 2, 3. That would get us to 50 for Republicans, but Pennsylvania looks like the only hope left for taking the House is Pennsylvania, which is, it's a little bit disappointing there. Pennsylvania, 82% in. We've got 49.2 to Fetterman versus 48.4. So 0.8%, so less than 80% of 1% there. So to go, 18% to come in. Man, oh man, you're going to hope the right areas of the state come in for that to turn for the Senate there with Dr. Oz. So need a bit of a flipping there, definitely in the possibility. So all looks like it relies on Pennsylvania at the moment, with Georgia there suddenly heading the other way in terms of the votes. Where we are, House 140, 176. So we're still a lot of work to do in there, so we're still waiting patiently for that. 95% in on Georgia, 49.4. So 48.6, so 0.8% difference as well. Pretty much the same as Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania has 82% in, so it's got the percentage to come in. So that is the difference there. Man, just depends which area is coming in, whether it's GOP that's still lagging behind, or the Democrat areas coming in. We don't have a flash little data map for that, but I'm sure there's one around. All right, House seat's not really moving too much at the moment. 119. We'll probably get a lot coming in soon. Let's have a look at some of the House ones there. There's so many of them that still to come in. The big victory for the Republicans has been in Florida. I'm sure there's probably a few other places that have been victory, but Florida state has been super strong. That is where the big story for the Republicans coming out of at the moment. The Senate, let's have a look at the hot races. Not sure if that's going to have much in there, but Florida, Maine, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania definitely is a hot race. Right, so let's get Pennsylvania in here, I guess. Let's have a look here. That's all the Republicans, all the stuff in here, isn't it? The stuff in here, I think that is swinging that blue at the moment. So, yeah, pretty close. I noticed that Georgia has not been projected yet, so that's still up for grabs. 95% in, no closure yet, so 5% to go for Georgia. Pennsylvania, 18% for Pennsylvania to come in. That's the only hope now for the GOP, from what I can tell, to flip the House. Sorry, the Senate, I should say. 47-47. Really is the difference between what people say what they will do in polls and what they actually do, if they actually physically go out and vote, or they actually physically put in the mail-in ballots. These are what comes down to the difference between what people say and what they do. And of course, you don't know until the actual election's up there. We'll see if there's any irregularities, as we call it, inverted commas, afterwards. But at this stage, it's kind of where we are. 119 on the House Senate seats. Still waiting for quite a few to come in. We haven't had any update for a little bit now. So still at 176, 140. So the Republicans still need quite a bit there. Winning the House is enough to stop a lot of the madness. So that's probably the important part. But the Senate would have been a nice cherry on top there. Nice cherry on top. But you won't see any impeachment without the House, so without the Senate, sorry. Yeah, I don't think we've had a little update for Pennsylvania for a little while, but it's currently where it is. Let me know in the chat if you're in the United States and you are surprised with any particular area, maybe one of the House victories or anything like that. Let us know. Hexodal says, I'm in the US and don't really care either way. No, I think you will one day, Hexodal. I think you will one day. There we are at the moment. So we're at 2022 midterm elections. We've got 119 House seats and 6 Senate seats left. So we're just waiting for that to play out. All right. So look. It's just entertainment value. It's a reality show. Well, it's not really. They make the laws and they do the indoctrination. So you got to know who's on the right side there. The reality show can hit you in the pocket. It can hit you in the mind as well, and it can physically apparently hit you and where you can go as well. So lots of things come down the pipeline that are pretty horrific. So stay tuned. If they can win, the Republicans win the House, though, they can do a lot. And then in 2024, if they can win back the executive, they may be able to, do it. They'll have to do some pretty strong policies to reverse a lot of the problems that have been created by the current administration. But nevertheless, a bit of work to do there. 119 House seats left, 6 Senate seats. Yeah, so last election 50-50. It was 50-50 on the Senate. We're still at 47-47. But of course, if you have the vice president is the one that is the tiebreaker in the House. Sorry, in the Senate, I should say. So that's key. So Republicans picked up 18 in the Senate, and the Democrats picked up 11 out of 35. Alaska's still to come in. Alaska might take a couple of days, folks. Alaska might take a couple of days. Alaska might take a couple of days. Let's jump over the Hex charts. Have a little bit of a break. Hex almost back up to 3.5 cents on the old Hex, which is a pretty nice little green candle today. Let's see whether Hex can make more progress. Obviously, if you want to stand out, it's nice to see green charts, right? Especially amongst red charts. We've got Hedron also at 2,900. That's a nice little move up as well. So it's kind of cool. Very cool on that. All right, let's jump back. No change there. We haven't had any update recently on any of these. Georgia being blue is funny. Yeah, it is kind of funny. It's a little scary there too, Hexodal. It is kind of counterintuitive too to Florida. It's funny. It's not that far away from Florida, and yet such a different result. It's worthy of study, that's for sure. Crypto is trying to pump back, says Hexodal. Nice. Good morning to Joanne in there. Morning to you. Crypto Token says Nevada watching government and Senate race, says Crypto Token. Nice. John there. Good morning to Grand Canary there. Is John. Good to welcome. Welcome to the chat. Red is put in, and Dems don't like him. Yeah, apparently people they definitely like him. They like the war machine. They like the war machine. The ones who are against war are the ones that go to war. This is apparently the way things work. So there we are. We've got midterm elections, 6 Senate seats left to go, 119 House seats. And we haven't had any update in House seats for a little bit, actually. They tend to come in, they sort of go boom, 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 come in at one time, depending on when they're closing, and getting details for that. Let's jump over to House seats and watch a few of those flowing. Michigan up the top there. Michigan up the top there's got a lot of the Great Lakes around it, hasn't it? It's got the Lake Michigan. What's it? Lake Huron or something? Huron. Lake Superior. I think I've been to. Lake Superior is near Toronto. I'm not sure, but I think I've been there. I've been there. War is profit for them. It certainly is, Hexodal. It certainly is. They should just pump crypto instead. I agree with that, Hexodal. I agree with that. Don't forget to like people, says John. Definitely smash the likes, folks. Welcome in. Got 25 people watching at the moment, so welcome to all of you. I probably should have streamed this on a few other channels as well. But hey, that's the way we go. Problem is it just takes more computing power whenever I do the multi-stream. If you haven't talked to Matty Allen, had a car accident. His car flipped 4 times. He's in the back seat. He's in hospital. Looks like he's, I think he did a live stream actually, which is kind of crazy. That's Matty for you. He's a trooper, and nice to see that. What else have we got there? Let's have a look. Some of the right. Let's see how we get on. We've got any updates? No updates. So there we are. I was just looking over this way. This is another. I was looking at a Matty Allen update, but I haven't actually seen his stream. Apparently, someone said he was streaming earlier, which is that's pretty hardcore from Matty. Some of his best is to recover in the hospital, right? Just get the recovery in there. The respiratory system and all the rest of it. Just having a look to see whether what else there? Nothing else. All right. No updates, man. It's slowed down just the last half an hour, hasn't it? We were doing pretty good with the updates before then. Slowly to trickle. We're up, to 3 hours and 22 minutes on the live stream. It just seems like it's gone past in like maybe an hour. But there we are. Let's see where we are on results. Let's go back to the Senate races. They're much easier to follow. So we're going to go back to the Senate on the left here. Oh, we just had some fill-in. Did you see some fill-ins happen here? Big fill-in there, 177 down to 118. So we had some fill-ins up here in Idaho, I guess. Filled in Washington State. Republicans up to 177. So grabbed a couple seats. Can't remember what they were at before, but there we are. So cool. We saw those added in here. It's kind of cool when it gets colored in. It's pretty neat. All right, so Georgia at 95% still. No last final poll on that. 5% to go. 0.8% on that one. So that's pretty close. But Pennsylvania is the one to watch. 18% to go. And Pennsylvania hasn't updated for a while. That is what the Republicans will be wanting to win. Is the Pennsylvania right up here is the one. Georgia looking a little bit harder. There's only 5% to go. Be quite the switch there if you add that. It's not been called yet though, so it really just depends on what areas are still coming in. I guess they're not confident based on the current status that Georgia, a lot of the votes are coming in from perhaps Republican areas or something like that. But Pennsylvania is definitely a battleground. That is the one that the Republicans need probably to take the House. Now that Georgia is looking so marginal, or at least a loss at this stage, but still marginal, still possible in the game. House seats, 117, so 178 for Republicans, 140 for Democrats. How Republicans picked up another one there, so we have a couple of updates now. That's nice to see. Looks like they're definitely coming in this northwest up here in Idaho and so forth. Ooh. All right, we're up to here. Let's have a look here. We've got any more? 117. No change there. We did have a couple Republicans just picked up a couple in the last couple of minutes in the House. Who else we got in here? Let's see what else. A couple more comments in here. Bitboy is stoked that SBF is screwed. Lol, says East Otto. I'm not sure. John's in the House there, laughing at that one. What kind of government is where you are at, says Hex Token. We have an authoritarian Labour government, our first one ever, unfortunately. We've had bad ones in the past, but now it's authoritarian. Kind of take that next step. It's not much fun. They've got lots of bad plans for us coming up, Hex Token. Who do you think will win in total, says Bo. Well, still expecting the Republicans to take the House, but the Senate is very dicey at the moment, based on what I can tell. The rate of destruction of America since Biden came to power has been very sad to watch, pretty incredibly, actually. But the indoctrination is pretty powerful. And, of course, that is part of the problem. Whoever wins, it's not the American people. That's true. So that is true. What else? Well, actually, that's not true. The Republicans win. It's been cleaned out quite a bit. There's only a few rhinos left, relatively speaking. So there's still McConnell and other people that are still got, problematic. But apart from that, I think it's actually cleaned up quite a bit over the last 6 years. All right. Woohoo. Let's have a look here. 117, not much change there. So there we go. We got any update? Pennsylvania, 82%, no change there. So no, the Georgia and Pennsylvania, no real changes to those. Those are the ones we're really watching. Wisconsin, okay, 90%. That's getting a bit closer, actually. Wisconsin's got a little bit closer. That's a little bit disappointing too. And so, surprise. So Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Wisconsin, I haven't really been watching because there was a 3-point gap. That is closed, folks. Oh my gosh, 9% in, and we're at 49.3 versus 50.7. That is now in play. Oh, that's terrible. So yeah, and Nevada come in early. We've got Nevada coming in now, so we hadn't had no Nevada. That's leaning Democrat at the moment. So let's see where that goes. Nevada 33% in, 55% sorry to Cortez. But that's still a lot of stuff to come in from Nevada, so we'll see. I think quite a lot of the red stuff comes in late from Nevada. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the case. So still a little bit of work to do there. Pennsylvania's been called. So Pennsylvania's been called there for the. I think that's come in there. So that's seems to be called for the up to 48. So 5 down. Looks like Pennsylvania's been called for. It's come in 82%. I'm not sure why it's been called, but it's been called for 48. That doesn't seem right to me. That's a bit weird. It's at 82% in. That's weird. What a weird call. That's surprising. I'm surprised by that call already. That is weird. So anyway, I'll question mark that at this stage because with 18% to go, with a 0.8% difference, that makes no sense. What would you call that? Unless you everything else was pretty much Democrat coming in. Right, so cool. What else there? Nevada at the moment, 53 to 42. We've got the down to 116 on the House now, so we've got another one coming for the Democrats, so 141 for the Democrats, 178 Republicans. Let's have a look. What else we got here? Let's have a look here. Well, yeah, that's a bit pessimistic. Yeah. Hey, Brennan says, morning, Chuan. Morning, Brennan. Hello, bro. Good to see you. And Bo says, around what time they finish? We are so excited this morning. Yeah, I guess they're going to finish when they finish, as someone said earlier. But yeah, there may be some slightly late ones or contestable ones, but so far they seem to be flowing in at a reasonable pace. The demon rat with their media propaganda. I know it's very powerful, Exodal. And there's so many people that fall for it, unfortunately, just the way it goes. They've been doing it for, like I say, about at least 20 to 25 years, but the last 5 years, they've really ramped it up. It's amazing how so many people fall for that, but that's what happens. All right, we got 116. That's why propaganda is so powerful. That's because so many people fall for it. We're at 116 House seats left in play. And of course, we're at 178 on Republicans, 141 on the Democrats. The Democrats, you almost got me sad too. 48 there on the House. So this is a little bit disappointing so far on the Senate, but the House still pretty optimistic about the House there. We'll see as more of these ones go. We had another one come in here. So it looks like it's coming in. So let's see how we go. 178. Obviously, the main thing is to win the House, right? You win the House, then you got the legislator and revenue. Also, they cover the revenue side, and of course the committees, which are really the big thing. They just have to win the House, and they can stop a lot of that, right? So down to 115, and we're at 179. So cool. The Senate would be the cherry on top. Obviously, you won't be able to do any impeachments without the Senate. That's the only thing. So if you had the House and the Senate, you can do the impeachments. But apart from that. Obviously, in the Senate they can block impeachments, but you can do the song and dance. You know what I mean? You can do the song and dance. So yeah, 114. So another one's coming in. Democrats picked up one. I'm not sure where that came in actually on the map. That normally colors in something. Depends on how big the color is. But that's coming there. 218 to control. It's coming here actually. It looks like it's in there. So where's that? That's in North Carolina, somewhere like that, or. Yeah, I think that's all in VA. Vermont. It's VA. Vermont. Is that right? Double check my map. Virginia. Sorry, Virginia. Have you seen that? What's that movie with the space one where they go to Mars and stuff? And the guys of Virginia. It's a very good movie. Very creative thinking. Right, cool. There are 114 now. We're getting closer and closer. So yeah, 21, 39, I think, for the Republicans to take the House. So I think we were looking at, oh, there's another one coming. So another one's coming here in Utah. Looks it. So that's coming, just got painted in. There's protection. Yeah, I think they called the Pennsylvania law early. I mean, 82%. That doesn't make any sense. Is that Fox News doing this stupid stuff again? Who knows? They do some stupid calls sometimes. Way too early. So unless they have this data's not up to date, unless that data's not up to date, that's a stupid call. All right, 180 on Republicans. That is the call there at the moment. What else have we got here? Let's have a look. Got more comments. Brendan says, dang, I thought they were in favor of the reps. That's the swing state, but usually are. Which one is more powerful, Senate or House? Well, in terms of legislation, the House is there's kind of a checks and balances, but the House is the one that you want to control. They do most of the select committees and the powers. They can also do ad hoc committees as well. And of course, the secretary, the leader of the House is third in line for the Speaker of the House is third in line for the presidency. So really, it would be the House that would generally be more powerful. Trump shakes up the electoral ghost, says John. He does indeed. We'll probably end. He's got an announcement coming on the 15th, which will probably be his running for the presidency in 24. We've got a couple more coming. So Republicans have picked up picked up two to 182. Democrats picked up, I think, one or two up to 143 there. So slowly filling in this picture, folks. Paid by numbers, paid by counties, Right, so 218 is the number, and so yeah, getting closer. This would have been icing on the cake to get the Senate, and it's at 118. So, like I say, all the Democrats have to do is get 50, and they control the House because the Vice President of the United States is the deciding vote, the tiebreaker. So the Republicans had the harder job. They had to get 51. The polls were pretty suggestive that they might get, that 51, 52, 53. It would have 54 would have been a real trounce, right? A real trounce, but quite hard. So definitely is the case. Definitely been switching from minorities and independents, switching to Republican, but of not quite enough based on what we're seeing so far in Georgia and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, though, I think they've called that way too early. Like I say, without having the data there, this data is supposed to be, I guess, updating reasonable time. That definitely seems too. All right, another seat picked up by Republicans, down to 110 left now, 182. Slowly and surely, these leaning states are getting going either blue or red. Remember, California has 52 House seats based on population. And of course, remember, they had the census giving 12 seats over 12 eras. Yeah, 12 eras, and 11 of the eras were for Democrats. So it's one of the many things that you can think about in terms of how they are slowly chinking away at democracy because they are doing multiple approaches to undermining it. So here we are. All right, so cool. Where we're up to at the moment. So yeah, Nevada's still got a while to go yet. I'm not sure that's going to stay there like that. Yeah, we've got 83% at the moment, 49.5 to 48.1. So that's separated. So that has opened up a bit more of a gap there. We're up to 1.4% on the gap on this 83. So this data may be behind. Maybe it's got a lot more stuff coming from the Democrat areas that they've decided to call this. Just seemed a bizarre call at 82%. So we'll keep watching this one. 96% in for Georgia. And of course, there's a slight opening up in the lead there, 0.1%. It was 0.8, now it's 0.9. So it's a slight open lead there with Georgia. So not quite going the way for the Republicans in the Senate. So let's see where we get to there. Democrats maybe Democrats end up getting 51 without even needing the vice president at this stage. It's kind of where it's looking. So we will wait and see. I think Nevada is probably going to switch back to GOP. we'll see how that goes. I don't know if we've got that showing up here at the moment. Right, we've got a couple more comments in the house there. US is a constitutional republic, not a straight democracy. That's true. Definitely agree, says John. Cheating against his usury. Yeah, well, that's what they've been doing, undermining anything. But we will see. We'll see what any irregularities come out or not. Obviously, you're not allowed to talk about it, right? So that's the problem. We will see. Winning the house, though, that's the key. Winning the house, that is the. If you're playing a game of chess, you want to block. You need the house. The house is the key. You can shut down a lot of stuff with the house. Let's jump over to the governor's races. We'll have so it looks like Democrats just picked up on another seat. We're down to 109 now. Let's jump over to the governor races and have a look. Just wanted to see how some of these are going. We haven't actually looked through a lot of these. So let's have a look through these. We've got a summary here. So this is a summary. Key seats. Let's go through some of this. We've got Georgia, big fight in Georgia. I mean, that's been a real definite. Herschel Walker there. We've got 96% in. So it looks like Walker might get knocked out slightly there. It's playing out that way, about 1% point difference. Fetterman over Oz, flipped and pinned. So that was a surprise, man. Surprise. Honestly, that's a surprise to me. But hey, that's kind of, we're at 83% there. Definitely looks that way at the moment. So about 1% and a 1.5 points difference. But hey, this just shows you some of the madness out there. If you watched the debate between them, it was just ridiculous. It was just one-sided. But hey, what else we got going here? Let's have a look. I wanted to jump it down to what was the one I'm looking for? Scroll down. Utah, no. Nevada, no. Murkowski, Lisa Murkowski. That's not even coming, I don't think. Let's jump through. This one, no, it's not the one I'm looking for. No. No, it's not the one I'm looking for either. This is one of the really big fights here in New York. 53% versus 47 for Kathy Hochul. Now, Kathy here ignores that there's crime and that New York's going to the thing. So here, people in New York, they're voting ideologically. So even though people are getting robbed and all the rest of the terrible things, they're still voting for the people that say there's not really much of a problem. And I'm actually importing a lot of stuff. Isn't that weird? There's something not right with that, right? So there we are. That's what they do. People voting in people that love crime. So some of the people that vote them in, some of their relatives are going to get victims of crime. So they're basically voting in people to basically make victims of their family or friends or somebody that's in their state. So it's just crazy, but it's what people are voting for. So this is the way it goes here. And at least this one here was positive. We had Brian Kemp win in Georgia versus Stacey Abrams. So at least Stacey's looks like Stacey's out. That's great. So cool. Now, this is the one I've been really watching, the Arizona one. Kerry Lake, I think, is a superstar. But Katie Hobbs winning that at the moment. We've got 50% in, but 56% versus 44. This is the one I really wanted to get in. Kerry Lake to win that. That would have been great. But we've still got halfway to go. Obviously, we'd need a lot of red parts to still be coming in for this to flip this around. So that's the kind of the one there. Gretchen Whitmer. Whitmer's terrible too. And winning by 52 with 64% in there. So that's probably unlikely to flip. And so it's been called at the moment. So it's kind of where we are. This is probably the biggest victory of the day. From what I can tell, straight out of the bat is Ron DeSantis over Charlie Crist in Florida. 59.48% versus 39.87%. Unbelievable in Florida for the governorship there. Isn't that great? Amazing. So 20-point difference there. Unbelievable. That is incredible. So obviously, people like freedom and common sense there. because that's what you're getting at the moment. So cool. Let's jump over to the results. We're up to here. I think we're up to 102 House seats left. So looks like Republicans picked up another 3 there, and Democrats, can't remember what we were at. We were 146. So picked up a couple more as we're heading race to 218 to control the House. That is the main victory. The Senate is the cherry on top. But this is where all the drama and the regulations, revenue legislation comes from. That's the one you want to get there. Democrats just picked up another one, 149. We've got 101 to go, 101 Dalmatians. We've got that much to go. So slowly filling in this map. And yeah, so that getting the House is fundamental at the moment. Let's wish us the best. There is a scenario here too. By the way, if the Republicans win the House, imagine if Trump was the House Speaker or something like that. So I think they can actually do stuff like that. So that'd be pretty funny. So I'm pretty sure that is a possibility. That would be funny. That'd make him third in line for the presidency. That'd be funny. Without the House, though, they won't be able to, do anything around that. What else have we got going? We got a couple more comments. Let's see here. 2000 Mules is a good doc to watch. Yeah, it's a very good news documentary. The Blue must like the danger of getting nuked. They like that too. They're always doing everything they're saying the opposition is doing. It's always what they're doing, and that's their strategy. That's part of their strategy. There's all the classics: divide and conquer, controlling agencies of state. Arresting opponents. It just sounds. Is it crazy? But people vote for these people because they're this loop-de-loop. That's crazy stuff. All right, so cool. We've got it down to 100 House seats left, folks. 186 for Republicans, 149 for Democrats. Slowly getting there. So what's that? 32. Republicans need 32 House seats to get to the majority in the House. Man, oh man, that would be a great victory by itself. So that is what we're looking for. Want to get that up for grabs. The Senate is a little bit disappointing at this stage. But hey, that was the cherry on top. So this is where we're going. Georgia at the moment still hasn't been called. Pennsylvania was called, which is kind of funny. I still, based on the stats that are flying through to us, that's why it's funny. But there definitely has been a little opening up in the percentage margin there. So I guess it's not surprising. Pennsylvania 83% in, but they've already called it for Fetterman, 49.5 versus Dr. Oz at 48.1. So yeah, it's crazy stuff there. But that's the blue versus the red, as opposed to the man. So these are people that are going for the policies and the party position, as opposed to that. This is putting aside any issues you might have with the actual process. This is putting all those questions to the side. What else have we got there? Maybe everything will be all right. Not really, Hexold. They have very bad plans rolling out. Very bad plans. So I know that a lot of us are used to living under freedom, but you imagine living under a place where suddenly it's by the time you wake up, it's too late. You already lost a lot of your rights. You are pretty much subservient. So even if you do have an epiphany, it's too late, Rover. So it's just the way it goes. Too much BS in the world and in the US. That's why we're trying to head the right direction. At the moment, it's a battle. I think a battle between good and evil. At the moment, so far, it's going to be a bit of a clash. So there we are. All right, cool. We've got 100 House seats left in play. 5 Senate seats left. So let's see how we get on with this. We're waiting and seeing and playing. I was just going to try and see whether Matty Allen has actually had a live stream on. I'm just trying to remember what his show's called. Is it Matty Allen? I think it was Matty Allen. I'm trying to find his channel. There he is, Matty Allen Hex. Let's see where he had a stream. 3 hours ago. Game Theory Gang. He wasn't on it. Oh, well, he's on it. Oh my goodness, really? Oh, he was on it. So he actually, I don't know where is he in hospital with his shit on? I don't know. Maybe he's got home now. Maybe got out early. He seems, what a trooper to get up there. So he had a pretty good showing on that one. Yeah, a lot of people watch that. So that's something interesting. Well done to Matty. I would have just rested up if I was him. I'd probably be a bit better to do that. All right, so we got no change so far. We got 100 House seats left remaining. Democrat. Oh, no one down 99. Democrats picked up another one. So slowly and surely these will be getting coloured in. You probably see them pop up. 150 versus 186 at the moment. So let's see how we go. Desperate times, desperate measures. All right, so let's have a look at Arizona on the Senate. No, we're not looking at Arizona. Wait a minute. Alaska's starting to come in. Alaska's coming in, folks. 25% in. We got Tashib back there. Oh, I missed that one. It went so fast. Alaska's finally coming in. You can see it's bent to red at the moment. We got Wisconsin 91% in. Johnson 50.8. So that's Wisconsin. That's looking. I think that's improved. Was improved? 1.6% difference. So cool. That would get to 49 though. But those two, Nevada would be very important. Alaska's coming in 25%. Oh, I missed it again. I missed it again the second time. Is that hilarious or what? That's funny, man. That is funny. It's coming. Pennsylvania, though, I don't know what's happening with Pennsylvania. Let's see whether that does decide to that's projection, right? So let's see if that changes. That's question mark in my view. Unless they've got, this is data feeds too slow, but I thought it was supposed to be live in real time, so we'll see. Sometimes they call it far too early on the Fox. They're far too early on some of their calls. Last time they made that very controversial call. It was ridiculous. Right, so let's see where the mark's up. Alaska, 26. So, they're both Republican. What? Two Republicans, 46, 40, 40. I don't know. That's what it looks like. Is that two seats up for grabs in, really? In Alaska? Well, I didn't take that into account. There's two seats up for grabs. Really? Both seats for Alaska up for grabs. That's two. Oh, that changes things a little bit. Okay, if that's true. If Alaska's got two seats, that changes things quite a bit. 49. With Wisconsin, that'll be 50. Still tight. still need to win Nevada or somehow flip Georgia. Okay, I didn't realize that Alaska had two seats up. That's the way I'm interpreting that. So that's cool. That's more optimistic now, and that gives a bit of hope, a little bit of hope now. I thought it was pretty much done for Dustin. And we're up to 187 on the House, down 98. So we picked up another House on the Republicans. Georgia at 96%. Lost that too. Wisconsin there, 92% in, 50.8, 54.9. So Wisconsin looks like it will probably hold. But Georgia, let's come back to Georgia. We're Alaska there. So yeah, that's looking, I guess, very red. So yeah, that's kind of confusing me, but I didn't realize that they had two up for grabs. Maybe it's the way the state works or something. I don't know. We have 35 seats up for grabs, so I guess there's no reason why a state wouldn't have two up for grabs, but I'm not sure of the constitutionality. 96% on Georgia, 49.5, so it's 1% difference. So that has opened up by 0.2%. There's 4% left to go for Georgia, but it has not been called. Which is really interesting. Now, they call Pennsylvania with 17% left, but they don't call Georgia with 4%. So unless their models are looking at all the Democrat, Republican areas and going, well, this is what this looks like. It's just a kind of result. All right, so 97. We're up to 151 on Democrats. They look like to pick up another seat. And, of course, everyone's racing to 218 for the House. That is what we really need to stop the madness, man. That's what we need. And, of course, that would buy some time until you can win the executive back. Obviously, yeah, let's see. Let's see how we go. What else? Nevada. Oh, yes, I'm going to call out Nevada. Let me call out Nevada next time we see it. Nevada's coming up, so we'll talk about that. Georgia, 96%, 1% difference. So that'd be an extreme event if you had just about most of the stuff coming in Republican, right? But it hasn't been called, which is really weird. Wisconsin, 92% in. The question mark over that, man. Question mark. And it looks like there's two seats in Alaska. Really? I'm going to double check. That looks like what they're saying there. Now, Nevada is the one we're looking at, right? That's the one that that goes red. That's changing the game altogether in Nevada. And I'm pretty sure that Nevada has a lot of stuff coming late. So 54 to 43, 34% in. So that could switch around a lot if a lot of the red vote areas are coming in late. That'd be as opposed to the blue coming in. That'd be pretty interesting. Down to 96, so 152 versus 187 Republicans. No changes in the Senate. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. All right. Let's go to, we've got Nevada back. Yeah, Nevada, 34% in, 54 versus 43. But like I say, I'm pretty sure with Nevada, let's have a look at the look at this here. So I'm pretty sure Nevada, they actually come in late. I'm pretty sure that all this area up in the top central north part of Nevada comes in pretty late. So that could be interesting change for sorry, where am I? Nevada. Yeah, Nevada. That could be interesting change for Nevada coming in and switching. Currently leaning a Democrat at the moment. We'll watch out for that. Yeah, Pennsylvania. I'm still question mark over Pennsylvania, but the gap has opened up. But still, there's still 16% to go. Based on this information, it could be behind the times though. That's the problem. It's supposed to be pretty real time. That's the issue. Live updates. Yeah, live updates. But are they feeding it as fast as they are calculating the prediction? 34%. Man, oh man, oh man. It's going to be interesting. All right, we're down to 95 House seats left. We've got 188 Republicans. So pick up a couple of seats there from the looks of it. You guys are probably watching closer than me, but when the color, some of these little areas color in, and we get an update there. So we're 95 to go. House, the Senate there is, so we need 30 seats for Republicans to take the House. 30 seats there, folks. Come on, Trump says Shana. Yeah, that's apparently he's looking to do an announcement on the 15th. But like I say, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember how the House Speaker is appointed. But there is a scenario where Trump could be appointed the House Speaker. I'm pretty sure. And I'm just looking that up now. Yeah, you just have to be nominated. You can be nominated for the House Speaker. You don't have to have a seat, a House seat. So that would, imagine a week after if they do win the House, and on the 15th, that Trump announces that, or at least they nominate Trump for the Speaker of the House. They put him third in line for the President of the United States, as I understand it. All candidates for the Speaker must be nominated by members of the House. They don't need to be elected lawmakers for the House. That's under Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution. Only states that the House shall close choose their Speaker and other officers. So far, the chamber's only chosen its own members as speaker, but a non-lawmaker is possible. That'd be crazy. So cool. Now, I'm not sure how many. Yeah, majority of the House, a person could become speaker with a few votes if several members do not attend. It looks like that's definitely possible. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that that makes them third in line for the presidency too. If something happened to the president, not that we want that to happen, but if something did happen, that would be the case. Right, so cool. We got 5 seats, Senate seats left in play. 18 picked up by Republicans, 12 by the Democrats, and of course the Democrats only need 50. They're 48. They're looking good at the moment for a couple more. And they may even potentially get 51. Nevada, of course, may switch back to GOP as we get through more of the areas in Nevada, particularly I think the northeast part of the state's coming pretty late, if I remember rightly. Georgia, of course, that has been a little bit disappointing. That was going Republican at the beginning. That's 96% in. 49.5% Warnock versus 48.5% for the Republican. And I thought there was a runoff for that, but I'm not sure exactly how the runoffs work there for that as well. So let's look that up. Okay, so in Georgia, you must receive 50% of the vote. So at the moment, neither of Warnock or Walker have 50%. Both of them have less than 50%, which means there's a runoff. Now that's how the Georgia works. So it's different from all the other states. That's what it's saying. So that makes sense. I was wondering what was going on there, and of course they would face off in a runoff on December the 6th. So it's still a while away, right? So what, a month from now approximately. So that's what will happen. And both of them don't have 50% at the moment. So a runoff would be pretty interesting. Yeah, so it looks like that's going to run off. So that wouldn't be finalized. So that's going to put the Senate up a little bit up in arms. And then, of course, battle on, right? I don't know what the money, but the money will just pour into that election for Georgia. Waste a lot more money, right? And I bet a ton of money will be wasted on that. So, yeah. Yep. So that's pretty interesting. So that's a wild card, and Georgia is a wild card on this. That's why it's not being called. I was wondering why it's not being called there. So there we are. I knew it had a runoff, but I wasn't quite sure what that meant. But that's very clear now. 49.5% is not 50% from Warnock, even though it's leading. 4% to go left. So that'd be a dramatic change in 4%. So there's a 1% gap between Walker. So yeah, fun times. It's not over until we won't get the final Senate result at this stage. Based on the current results, if 100% goes, it doesn't get 50%. We won't get the final election results till December the 6th. Yeah. Wow, wild card. Okay, cool. So yeah, pretty tight. And you imagine the amount of money they're going to throw at that runoff election there in Georgia. Nevada, of course, may twist as well. And this Alaska here with 2 people, that's kind of a little confusing. So it's kind of, has that really got 2 seats? I'm not sure. So cool. I actually hit on that. See what that's. There's the results at the moment. House Governor. Lisa Murkowski, Republican, in Senate results 40.52. Kelly 46.5. 58. A little bit confusing there, but that's what it's got. Oh wow, that reset. All right, so we're down 93 seats. Republicans got 189, so it looks like they picked up two more seats there as well. So we're just coming in here 189, getting closer, folks. They still need 29 seats, 29 House seats out of 93 to take the House. So we're coming up 4 hours on the live stream. How about that? Let's quickly go check over the Hex price, see how that's going. Let's have a look. It's had a nice little bounce back today, 3.455 cents. So nice. The one earlier in the channel there picked up a nice little million Hex for a nice little price at 2.7 or something. So it's been a bit of opportunity. As I often say, there's always opportunity in here. As long as you believe in the project, you think that it's got a long life, then picking up the dips is a pretty good cool move. And of course, we're in the accumulation zone, as I put it. This is obviously my opinion, not investment advice, but we're in accumulation zone here. And I think it's going to last right through to December, second half of December, and who knows what will happen after that. We'll see. Get a Christmas rally? I don't know. It depends on what happens with the Fed, how much negativity it can put on the markets, whether we get some sort of pivot. We'll find out. All right, so 189 are Republicans, 92 House seats left. Democrats just picked up one, so we're up to 154 for the Democrats, racing to get 218. And of course, as we move to the West Coast, there's more Democrat seats to pick up. So I'll just take that into account with the gap here. So far, we can see some of the areas that are already leaning one way or the other, either blue or red. So this is going to have to finalize, but of course, depending on the percentage, could be a lot of difference happening there. All right, 5 seats to go. So let me see here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's no double seat at Alaska based on this. There's 5 seats to go. Nevada, Arizona, Alaska, Georgia, and Wisconsin. Those are the left. We've got 2 red and 3 blue so far. This will go to roll off there. So it looks like we're going to get to, well, I think it's not going to matter because unless we're going to got Arizona, I guess Nevada doesn't go red, then there's an issue, right? So if Arizona goes, Arizona's probably going to go Democrats. So that would be to 49. So really, Alaska, Wisconsin have to go red, which looks like that's going to be the case of the case. Nevada has to go red to prevent the Democrats from winning outright. Otherwise, Democrats will need the Georgia runoff in December to take control back of the House. So that's pretty crazy. But yeah, that's pretty much it at the moment. They need 50 votes, 50 seats in the Senate. So this is getting down to the wire here for the old Senate. Fun and games. So yeah. So Alaska, Wisconsin. Let's have a look at the results. Wisconsin 92% in. Oh, I missed it there. Alaska, yeah, that's pretty much in the bag. Looks at Georgia 97% in, 49.4. So that's actually gone in the favor. So yep, that's playing in the favor of the Republicans because they haven't got over 50%. They will go to runoff. And then the money will be poured into that. There'll be a battle for the ages. What else we got there? Arizona, of course, going to go Democrat. Nevada is the real key to Nevada and keeping Georgia under 50% and winning Wisconsin. So 92% for Wisconsin's, 49.3% to Barnes, Johnson at 50.7, holding off the majority there, 50.7. So that's looking good so far. 8 percentage points to go. Still could flip if depending on what's coming in. But you can see if we jump over to the Senate race, you can see it's much red except for the city areas. It's got to be city, the blue there. Obviously, tends to be the case. You get the schooling, and everyone gets indoctrinated in those urban schools and all the propaganda in there. Pretty much it. Turnout goes yes. So yeah, we want that Nevada to flip there. So Nevada 34% in, 54% versus 43. But hey, look, if a lot of the if I am right, and a lot of the Nevada areas come in late for the Republicans, particularly in the northeast, that would be kind of a cool shoe-in. Let's have a look at the results here. It doesn't really give us much indication here on the House seats because they're still coming in. And of course, this has only got 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm a little confused by the breakdown there. It's not quite how I imagine it. It's on population, so there's probably not many people in there. So yep, 92 seats, 92 house seats left, 154 versus 189. Cool. We're up to over 4 hours. Can you believe it, on the live stream? Isn't that cool? What time is it here in good old New Zealand? It is currently 7:37 p.m. in the evening as well. Right. No change. 5 seats, 92 house seats. So no change there. So look here. Wisconsin 92%. Republicans still winning that, so that's important, fundamentally so. What else there? I'm not sure if any of these others have decided to flip at all. Haven't been watching the other ones that have been called. See whether any of those magically flipped somewhere. Pennsylvania 85% in, so that's that got called early. I was surprised at that, but maybe that's because they have data analysis that says, well, a lot of the Democrat areas are coming in, and so 85% in on that. 49.9. Oz down to 47.7, so that's definitely separating in terms of the gap there. So yeah, you make up your mind. It's really about party politics and people's view there, as opposed to the man. So I think that's pretty much the separation there between those two. What else? Let's have a look here. Nevada's the one we're wanting to look at in particular. So look at Nevada. Does it come back up? Waiting for that. Georgia 97. Georgia's looking good as a runoff, so that's positive. Wisconsin's looking strong, so that's positive. So that's holding up. What else have we got there? Oh, down to 4 on the Senate seats. Republicans pick up another one, so we're at 48, folks. So what's been called for Republicans? What was the record there? Waiting for the color update here. Can't see the color upgrade. Let's see what they've called. One of these has been either Wisconsin or Alaska. It's been called. Waiting for that. So we've got 48. They haven't colored the map yet, so waiting for the one of those to color up into red. But the one has been picked up there. They haven't updated the map, which is kind of weird. Was it Utah? I don't know if it's Utah, but that was already called. I thought so. We're at 48-48. The Republicans need 3, but of course, that's unless they win Georgia in the runoff. Let's have a look else. Where are we up to here? We haven't got any of those coloured in. It's kind of weird. We've got 5 seats there, and one of them's not coloured in. So, Wisconsin. See, that's not called on there either. This is not called. That's bizarre. We've got 48-48. That's weird. Utah. Is it Utah? No, can't be. We've got a couple of comments here. Brendan says, cheers for the long stream, Super. Yes, definitely a long stream. 4 hours and 30 minutes. It's pretty long. And plus, that doesn't include my hour and a half one, or hour and 40 minutes, was it earlier? Let's see it. Shana says, come on, lads. Come on. Yeah. 48-48. I don't know why the 48 came in. We haven't had an update in the chart. I'll just refresh the page and see whether no change. It's weird. It's kind of weird. The color code hasn't updated there. Anyway, the House seat's down to 91 and the Republicans up to 190, so they've added another seat on the House seats. So that's another closer. They need 38 seats, folks, still to take the House. So still need 38. And the Democrats need 46, 66, 74. Republicans picked up 19 seats. Democrats picked up 12 out of 35, 4 remaining. I'm just not sure why the map didn't update in the color code. That's kind of weird. We've still got 5 areas not color coded. Maybe they have a problem updating one of the maps. They also haven't updated the commentary either. Let's have a look. Georgia 97, so that's looking good for the runoff. That is great news. And then what else? Wisconsin 92. That's still looking good. Let's go in the pocket. Definitely tighter than perhaps some of the polls were indicating for the Senate. Still a 1.4% lead in Wisconsin there, so that bodes well for the GOP. And that's good too. I'm not sure which they've gone to 48, but they haven't coloured in one of the states. I think I don't know which one it's supposed to be. Weird. Yeah, so far the red wave really hasn't quite happened, so that projection hasn't really played out too much. Yeah, not quite red wave, that's for sure. So apparently, a lot of Americans like crime and illegal, legal activities. So this is the way it goes. You can't convince people that like to be, slaves in that regards. But hey, the house is still playing out, so we'll see where we go. Many of them will become victims of the Democrat policies. So that's how silly it is, right? But that's what happens. That's how it works. It's crazy stuff, man. Crazy. They like higher prices as well, apparently. Well, let's see. We've still got the House to go, 91. The Senate certainly hasn't had the red wave in the Senate yet. That's definitely not happened. What else we got going on there? One red wave that has occurred is in Florida. That definitely played out. Florida played out amazing. That is definitely the biggest victory that I can see on the face of the map at the moment. Let's look at maybe a couple more years of high murder rates, high crime rates, and more victims. Maybe that might eventually. Maybe you need a good 5 years of that sort of stuff. Maybe you need to double down, like that, right? It's like crazy stuff. There have been some good highlights so far. So still got the House playing out. So we're down to 89 House seats. So looks like Democrats picked up another 2 seats there. So we're at 89, or they picked up another seat. Yeah, 2 seats, 1 seat. Can't remember. We definitely picked up a couple more seats. 218, getting closer. Yeah, so there have been a couple of nice little flips there with JD Vance and Marco Rubio in Florida. So Florida definitely, that was a big move, change there. What else we got going? Yeah, cool. People get what they vote for, though. They get they won't vote for high crime, they get high crime. They vote for high inflation, they get high inflation. If they vote for indoctrination, they get indoctrination. So that's pretty much it when people vote. So it's crazy, but hey, look, that's just the way it goes. Goes out of here. There definitely have been some major victories with JD Vance, DeSantis, Rubio, and some of these areas. I guess we'll have a look at that. All right, so Democrats has picked up another seat. We're down to 88 House seats left, 157 versus 190. And obviously we moved from the East Coast over to the West Coast, so still playing that out. Still quite a few up in the North East that still haven't come in. And still a lot in the West Coast still to come. A little bit up in the, I guess that was it the Mid-East there, Mid-East. I don't know if those are lakes. I'm not sure what that might be. No, I'm sure they're pretty Mid-East. That's still coming in there. All right, cool. 38 left to go. Any more comments in the chat there? Shana says we're in trouble. Yeah, a little bit in trouble. Well, not so much you Shana. We're in trouble in our own way. We've got our own authoritarian leader passing a lot of terrible laws coming up too, Shano. So we've got our own problems. But hey, look, when you have mainstream media pushing out propaganda every day, and you got a lot of people watching that don't have any discernment or critical thinking, you're going to get what you want. You're going to get people convinced. It's crazy. We've seen this in other regimes in the past in history. They work very effectively, and these guys are using the same strategies. So no difference there. 2022 midterm election results, 88 House seats left in the play, 4 Senate seats left in the play as well. Well, there hasn't been a big red wave. There has been some successes for sure. Definitely some in particular areas have had a mini red wave, but overall, so far, that has not occurred. Now, obviously waiting for the House to play out. John says, thank you, Superman. Hey, you're welcome, John. Good Rowling says, after everything that's happened in the last 2 years, I really don't understand how you could vote for the Democrats. People are sheeps. Yeah, they are. And if you listen to them, they're like zombies. So everything that comes out of the mainstream media, they'll support it without criticism. The majority of them, they'll just copy that. And of course, all the statistics are through the roof, right? Crime, illegal crossings, human traffic, slavery, drugs, indoctrination programs. But this is how they work. They program these people, and this is what you see in the results. And many of them will become victims of all the policies, all the people they vote for, because they don't, you listen to them, they don't care. They just spin out propaganda and lies. But that's what happens. This is how things have happened in regimes in the past. So there's no surprise there. The thing is that you hope that enough people wake up, but it's not quite happening. You got to remember they pump out that stuff 24/7 on those channels. Fortunately, things are in some ways are changing. Like I said, with the mainstream media, we are getting a lot of this decentralized, vloggers and bloggers and podcasts and things like that are definitely starting to help. The tech companies control that too. So the tech companies are also manipulating. So the moderate Dems came out with the moderate Dem professor came out with research showing that the tech companies like Google and all the searches. So you just put in the search. I put in the search. I get all the liberal mainstream media. I put in anything. They're going to feed me all that. So if I'm a 50-50 voter, so they're not targeting me because I already see everything they put in front of me, right? So that's a waste of time. But if you're a 50-50 voter, they're going to plant you all the search engine. They're going to plant you what they want you to switch. So they want you to switch to vote for a Democrat. They're going to just present that to you and make it look good. Even if it's bad, they'll make it look good. And so that's how they win the game. And so they've been able to shove millions and millions of people over to the Democrat side. So that's how that part works. This was one of their many, many tactics, but a big one. So that's pretty cool. Hey, we're down to 84 House seats at the moment. 191 Republicans and Democrats 160 on the Democrats. So picked up was another seat or something on both sides. So we'll see how we get on here. I don't think we've got any changes with the Senate. I think it's still 4 seats. I'm not sure why one of these isn't coloured in though. That's kind of the confusing things. Cool. Hide in Vegas, walk among us. Yeah, sure. Well, we started off at 435 house seats. We're down to 84. So quite a bit of way through there. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we've got 19.3% of the house seats left to go. So we're 80% through. Alaska's now up to 48% on that one. Yeah, they definitely look like they've missed out on a seat here. This makes no sense. 4 seats to go. Wisconsin 93%, 50.7%. So that's still managed to keep 1.4%. So that's looking pretty good, pretty safe there for Republicans ones there. Alaska probably going to be pretty safe as well. And what else we got going? Georgia, which is going to go to runoff. 49.4%, 93% to go. That's mostly likely going to run off, which leaves Arizona and Nevada. So Arizona's going to go Democrat. That looks pretty much in the house. So really, Nevada is the one that seems like the wild card there. So let's have a look at that when it comes back around. And Nevada 34% in, 54% to Mastro. So yeah, only if I guess if a lot of the Republican parts are the ones that are late coming in, will they have a chance of flipping at the moment, Nevada. I'm not too familiar with that. So yeah, so there we go. J-Man's back. Is J-Man back? I think J-Man is back. We're up to 4.5 hours. J-Man, let's go, says J-Man. We're up to that. Hey, we've had a couple more come in. Down to 81 now. So looks like we've had 2 more come in for the Democrats, if I'm right. 160 to 162. Increase of 1 to Republicans, 192. So the Republicans need 36 seats to get there out of 36 out of 81. So not quite 1 for every 2, but about 1 for every 2.5, I guess. Democrats 162. Let's see how we get on here with this. So cool. 218. Let's jump over quickly to the Hex price. We'll come back to this in a second. Hex at 3479. Nice little green candle today. Very, very cool. Let's have a look at what we've got on Hedron. Hedron at the moment, 2,900. So not too bad there either. Not quite as aggressive, but still not too bad at 2,900. Way down, of course, for a lot of people that bought up here. But that's, partially true for Hex as well. It goes at $1.15. Let's look at the airdrops. We check those out. $5.75 for Pulse Dogecoin. That's pretty much there. Let's jump over to BNB pot. Have a quick look at that. $9.02. So still not too bad there as well. With the bearish conditions. That's kind of where we are at this stage. Hex having a pretty nice day, up 9.6% on the 24-hour versus Hedron up 3.7% on the 24-hour. Not too bad for Hex, eh? Not too bad. Kind of where we are at the moment. Cool. All right. We're down. Oh, another seat's come in. So 80 down to 80. And the Democrats have picked up another seat there up to 163. So not surprising. Remember, California has 50 52 seats in it. There are some Republican seats, but obviously quite a few Democrat seats in there. Now, not winning the House would be a big problem. That'll be the big problem. Not winning the Senate, that's one thing, but or at least having that up for grabs, but not winning the House, that'd be a big problem. Want to win the House, that's the main thing. Not just for America's sake, but for the rest of the world. The rest of the world. Yeah, we can't really talk about that topic, Juan, on YouTube. So you got to be careful with that. That's part of the problem. Apparently, people vote for this sort of censorship. It's always too late when they come for you, right? Remember, if you don't stand up for me, you don't stand up for something like that. I can't remember, but eventually they come for you. They come for you too. And that's the truth. In some form, it will happen. Right, still 80 House seats to go, about 19% or so left of the House seats left. Coming in slowly. Georgia at 97%. That's going to run off. That's looking better. Taking a while to get those last few percentage points. I guess it's maybe not surprising. Wisconsin's at 93%, the 1.4% point lead. So that looks good. That is the seat up the top here. That looks good. Georgia going to run off, and most likely, and of course, looks like really the only seat that's up for grabs is the Nevada one. So that is at 34% in, 54% of Democrats. But like I say, with 34% in, maybe a lot of the areas coming in are still the rural areas coming in, which are more likely to be Republican, as you can see in Idaho and Utah here as well. Is everyone getting better at naming their states? Is everyone getting better at naming the states? Hopefully. Cool. 79. Okay, so the Democrats picked up another seat there. We're down to 79. 164 versus 192, folks. And of course, the Republicans need 36 out of 79 of the seats, remaining seats. So 36 out of 79. So it's important. They need 45%, almost 2 for 1. Almost 2 for 1 they need out of these seats. But that being said, a lot of these looks like a lot of these Democrat seats have already come in, and there's still more to come in, as you can see, in some of these blue states. So gonna be interesting. Presumably, this is the latest that we got. They are live streaming the latest. Still got quite a few areas in here, right? Still coming. I don't think is that a lake? Is that a river? Sure, let me have a look at my map. Yeah, that's not a river. So there's still quite a few areas in here still to come in. There's still all these areas still to come in here, and these areas to come in. Is a quite red in here and blue in here, I guess. And then we've got the red coming in here so far. There's quite a few little blues in here. Right, wait a sec. Look up here. All right, so Democrats just picked up another seat there, so down to 78, 165. That's too, so we need to understand which ones are actually there for that. So I might switch it over to the House results. Yeah, that's the House ones. Pick up some of those. They do flick through a little bit too fast, but apparently there's been quite a large youth vote show up, so that would favour the Democrats. A large youth vote. 77. So 77, we've got Democrats picked up another one, 166. They're slowly coming in, aren't they? Just trickling in the old seats there. Okay, good says, oh, Welly. Yeah. Oh, Welly. That's kind of... Red mini waves is okay. Yeah, it's kind of like a red mini wave. Particularly Florida is obviously huge, but there have been JD Vance, a few others. There have been some interesting red waves. There's also been some, I don't know, some kind of weird the Democrat victories as well. I think the Fetterman versus Oz is probably one of the weirder ones there. Some of the other very, very accomplished, very popular GOP runners. Even though they're pretty incredible, I think they're up against, they're up against it versus being in like a blue state, particularly. So it's always hard to, even if you're brilliant, it's always hard still to flip states. This is how difficult it can be. So cool. The polls obviously can be misleading too, like because what people say, and then of course you don't know who actually is going to go in and actually vote on that day. So you don't know how last you have to wait to find out who actually came in and voted percentage wise for each area. So there's lots of analysis that takes place afterwards. Did a lot of Democrats come out? Did a lot of young people come out? Does appear that quite a few young people did come out. Did a lot of Republicans come out to vote in each state, each area? There's all that sort of stuff, So looking, I forgot what I was looking up, but yeah. 77, 76. So it looks like Republicans picked up a seat there. So it's 193. So still need 35. Still need 35 to take the House. 166 for Democrats. 76 seats to go. All right, let's see where these are at. We're going to jump back to the Senate and see where some of these are at. Alaska's still sitting at 48% on the intake there. Georgia is 97%, no change to the percentage. Still the same. Actually, it looks like Walker was up a little bit there, 6 up slightly there. So that's a bit of improvement, back to 0.8% again. So it's like a little bit of a turn there. What else? Yeah, so Georgia's going to run off. What else there? Pennsylvania. Sorry, that's not the relevant. Let's jump over to Wisconsin's 93%, so that still looks in the back. Still looks good. Nevada 46%, so that's actually jumped. We're finding out an increase from 34 to 46%. So we'll read out those percentages again. Wait for that to pop up. Arizona 52% in, so 56-41. So it still looks very Democrat. Still quite a bit of way to go, but still looks a strong Democrat there. So it's Arizona that's down the bottom left here in the light blue. Let's pull up that Nevada one again. Wait for that to pop up. Nevada 46% in, 51-45. So that's closed. It's definitely closing a little bit there. So that's down to what? Just over 5 points, 46% in. So yeah, if a lot of red stuff's still coming in late for Nevada, that could end up flipping over. So that'd be interesting. It might take a little bit longer though for the data to come in, but looking more positive. Definitely red on the top, right? So red at the top, blue down the bottom here. So far at the moment on the old seats. Katie's in the house. Woohoo! I can see Katie. Okay, good. Says, did Stacey Abrams lose? Yes, that was one of the highlights. That was one of the highlights there. Okay, that was one of the highlights. Thank goodness for that. So yeah. The Democrats are full of so many nightmares. It's not funny. Full of so many nightmares. Oh my goodness. You're right. Let's see. 76, no change there. We haven't had a Senate change for a while. We actually got the 48 on Republicans, but they didn't color anything in, which is kind of weird. It was weird. We've got 5 seats uncolored. Like Georgia, obviously run off there. Nevada's kind of that wild card. I'm surprised Illinois is blue and Colorado is blue. That kind of surprises me, but I guess there's big cities in there that have been under the usual program, Democrat program. So I guess that's probably why. Not sure what the capital of Illinois or Colorado is, but I'm sure that's where the swings happen. What else? 93% in. Yeah, it's still looking pretty good for Wisconsin. On the top there. That's looking good still. That's going to run off. Nevada, that's the thing to see. 50% on Alaska now, so 50%'s in. Yeah, I was surprised at that Pennsylvania number. I might read that again. 46% in for Nevada. Yeah, let's see what that looks like when we get to 65%, 70%. See whether that's changed much on the old Nevada. That'd be interesting. So Nevada, fingers crossed. That's pretty much it. All right, cool. Who else is in the house? So we've got a couple more people. So Kerry Lake won as well. No, Kerry Lake didn't win. No, really? No, we looked at governor races earlier. I'm sure. I think she was getting beaten, Kerry Lake. Well, it's only 51% in. So yeah, how do you know that she won when it's only 51% in? I'm pretty sure this data's not behind. It's supposed to be live data. So the 1.8%. Okay, definitely. I mean, there's definitely room there to have a switch. But Kerry Lake there was at 44.5%, with only halfway though. So unless a lot of red districts were coming in, let me know. Let me know where you got that info from there, Katie. Colorado is always blue. Yeah, I'm surprised that Colorado is blue. but apparently it is. Illinois is super brainwashed to vote left. They are super brain. I know both of those are kind of confusing. Illinois and Colorado. It's like seriously, man, they're basically burning their heritage, are they? They're burning their heritage. My goodness. But it must be the big cities, must be the education programs and all the rest of the big money coming into those places. I guess. All right, cool. Let's see. We still had no change in that. Of course, no change in these for a little while, so we're still waiting for that. Coming up on 5 hours on our live stream, so still slowly processing. Yeah, Kerry Lake is the one I wanted to win. I love Kerry Lake. Kerry Lake is a superstar. So I'd be very happy if she won. If she flipped that. She is a superstar. Yeah, she's Kerry Lake's a real, really like she's got really great skills. Kerry Lake was a strong candidate. She is a strong candidate, but of course, if you're in a very blue state, that may be the issue, right? So you're up against it. This is the reality of things. I've seen this many times. I'm sure you have too. Kerry Lake up against Katie Hobbs. So yeah, I know that hasn't really. I don't know what that was before last time I checked it. 51.8. Let's refresh the page. Pretty sure hasn't changed. So it's still stuck at 52. No change there. Stacey Abrams was knocked out, so that was cool. That's a cool victory there in Georgia. Yeah, unfortunately, Gretchen Whitmer is still in, so that's really bad. And Kathy Hochul in New York. Apparently, people love crime. They love to have their family murdered and robbed and things like that. Apparently, that's okay. They vote for these people. Insane. Honestly, it's insanity. But hey, that's what happens with a successful propaganda program. That's what happens. Right, let's jump back. Oh, we're up to Hex there. Hex at 3.481. Nice one, Hex. Hex is up 10.7% on 24-hour basis. Is it 10%? 10.7%. Nice little power move there by Hex. Cool. We're no changes in this. No updates yet so far. What time is it in good old New Zealand? 8:20 p.m. I haven't had dinner yet, so I'm gonna have to have that at some stage. What else we got here going here? Purple Dingo says, "Why is Hex pumping, lol? What the heck? What the heck?" I like how he's talked there, Purple Dingo. That's how I talk. That's how I talk. Purple says, "Why the heck's pumping, lol? What the heck?" Yeah, that's me. That's good. Abrams is insufferable. I know. The whole lineup is insufferable. I mean, they're all the whole lineup is just man. The Democrat lineup is just people vote for them. It's a madness. Insanity warehouse. Have you seen the movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? It's a bit like that. It's a bit like they all get lobotomies or something. But it is a good victory there with the Abrams out. Brennan says, "Woohoo! Good to see you, Brennan." Jean as well. Good to see Jean with the strong arms. Abrams is unqualified to be in the years coming. Hey, look, most of them are. Most of them are terrible. They're terrible people, and they've got terrible policies. They're a bit like this. Look at the fire. We made this fire. Look at the fire we made. Isn't that cool? We're going to solve that fire. We're going to put gasoline on that fire. Oh, look, the fire's bigger. Don't worry. We're going to help you. We're going to save that fire. We're going to put more gasoline on it. Oh, the fire got bigger. And people wonder why they got the same problems getting bigger and bigger. That's how these people operate. It's craziness. Right. So there are 76 house seats left in play. We're still ticking away. We haven't had any update for a little while, so we're still waiting for a lot of these to come in. Everything that's not in dark blue or red is still not projected to be won yet. So we're still waiting for that. I was surprised they called Pennsylvania so early when they did, because it was 82%, but then it's gone tend to head that way. Like I said, when they got these models, they probably got all they know the areas that have come in, the different districts that have come in. So that's probably why they make those calls. Because sometimes a bit weird. 86% for Pennsylvania, that's what I mean. 47.6. So Fetterman there. Now, if you ever watched the debate between Fetterman and Oz, it was just ridiculous. So if you're basing it on the man, obviously Fetterman had a stroke, but he performed terribly. But if you're basing it on the party, don't forget you're not just up against the man, you're up against the party. And so if you've got a very a flipped area, now I was pretty sure that Pennsylvania was Republican, so I think this actually got flipped, if I remember rightly. Let me just jump into that. So this is a breakdown of the Senate here. So it looks like the different areas. Oz, Fetterman. So yeah, just some of these blue that managed to flip it. Looks like we've got some of these pinks are still coming in. So we've still got quite a few red areas still coming in here. 90% for 84%, 84. So it still looks like we've got quite a few. Still a few percentage points. You got nothing from. Still got a few coming in here. So Oz has got quite a few votes here coming in. So what else we got here? Warren, Oz. So yeah, still quite a few votes coming in, sneaking in here for Oz. So Oz should close the gap a little bit here. I think let's see what the blues are like though. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, okay. So we've still got quite a few blues coming in here. These blues still coming in for Fetterman. That's where in the city area, is probably a city in here somewhere. That's where a lot of the votes are coming in. So that there will play out for Fetterman. Yep. Okay. So yeah, they're still coming in, and they're big numbers. So unfortunately, these rural states, these rural areas, probably much smaller. So there we are. That's one of the answers that we wanted. Very cool. What else we got going on there? Let's have a look here. Counting down. Look at that. Whew. All right. What else is pretty interesting? Nevada. Let's jump in on Nevada when we see it. Let's go. Let's go to Nevada. Let's closed on this. Look at Nevada. We got the breakdown. And we've still got a lot of stuff coming in for Nevada, right? A lot of stuff coming in. And look at all these red areas here. The problem is that the blue areas typically are where the cities are. There's lots of more people in them. Although 274, 231 is on the halt there, so interesting. I'm not sure what these areas are reported. So still a lot of stuff coming in for Nevada. But zero reported for these areas. So yeah, that'd be interesting to see how many people are in these. The blue came in first earlier. I'm not sure if there's a city on either of these sides or what, or whether there's a lot. I'm pretty sure this is pretty rural up here. So yeah, without knowing the geography, the lay of the land, it's typically just my assumptions there. 50% to 49, 48% in. So I still think there's a bit of time to go here. We'll see where all these reds come in. So cool. I think that's it. What else there? House governor. Yeah, governor's looking good. What's governor there? It's gone Democrat. The governor 49%. That's a lot closer, but we'll see. So that's pretty much it on that one. So Nevada could be a nice little wild card. We'll see how we go. Let's have a look here. You can say the same for Fetterman. Yeah, well, Fetterman had a stroke, so he should really be recovering, right? I don't know why you would jump in there. So it's pretty crazy. One didn't fly over the cuckoo's nest. Check the office says that's true. It's madness, man. It's madness, honestly. But this is the way it goes. If you have a stroke, you're unfit to run for state governor, says Katie. Well, he's run. I don't know how long ago he had it, but he's definitely had it. He was jumbling his word. He couldn't think straight. It's not. Obviously we don't. It's a big deal having a stroke. That's not what we're talking about. That's why I haven't really focused on it. But it's. You would think that this is. You should be recovering, right? Should be recovering that. Can't wait to see Fetterman wearing his hoodies more sometime. Yeah. Did you say Akosa? Akosa's doing well. Okay, cool. Katie says PA, Pennsylvania is a swing state, so it's extremely important grab in the future. This is where the mail ballot started. Yeah, Katie, I know it's one of those problems, right? So all these states around here, right? This whole bellwether here, that's the that's where all the dodgy stuff tends to happen, particularly for the presidential race. Go Oz says okay, good. Yeah, definitely. All right, so cool. That is pretty much it. How are we down? 76. We had no update for a little while now, so these are coming in a bit slower than expected. We're currently up at almost 5 hours on the live stream. Woo! This is the second live stream, by the way. The first one I did about an hour and 40. So what's that? 6 hours and 40 minutes. We're almost live streaming today. 6 hours and 40 minutes. You guys are crazy. You guys love streaming. 6 hours. So come on, Maddie. No, I can't say that. Maddie said a big thing. Can't believe he's live streamed after being in a full flip car accident, like a boss. So I mean, that's a very serious accident. And it's good to see that he's managed to bounce back despite all the fractures or whatever else he's got. But no, he wasn't in his DeLorean. He was in some other guy's car. Not sure how that happened, but that's probably less important. 48 on the house. I guess where would you want to flip? You'd probably want to focus on. I know strategically, I don't know where you would want to flip. You probably wouldn't do a lot more work in New Mexico. I don't know. In Colorado, New Mexico and Colorado, and Arizona. No, because the universities too, right? The universities are a big part of the problem as well. So you got all those. Oh, we just had some more come in. Those just went red. Did you see that? They just went red. So boom, boom, boom. Republicans picked up 2 more from the looks of it. So 195. Did you see those go red? It's pretty cool. I like it when it goes red. Bam, bam. And yeah, so 195. So cool. 15 and 15. And that is 30. So 33 more. 33 more to get to 18. That's pretty much it. Let's have a look. Some more comments from KD, I think. PA, Pennsylvania and Alaska. Oh, sorry, Arizona, Alaska, slip states is PKD. Oh, flip states? Yeah, flip states. Okay, cool. Alaska too. I think this is the only reason why that last one, the Democrats won it because of wasn't there a technical thing that happened there with the last? Can't remember what that was winning for. Was it run a House seat replacement or something? It was a bit weird, and Republicans should have won it, but ended up going to the Democrats. I thought there was some mistake that was made by the Republicans or something on that one. Can't remember exactly. 74 House seats left, folks. Woohoo! Getting down to the wire. We started at 435, down to 74 House seats. And I tell you what, there's a lot more exciting than New Zealand elections. At least you have a fighting chance. We are surrounded by zombie crazy people in this country. So they're voting for terrible people. We have seen quite a big swing in the polls for the national government, but like I say, it is quite contaminated with progressives. They won't be as bad, but they can sometimes be a little bit heartless on the economic front. So it's like, yeah, they're going to be better. Well, won't have all that social engineering as much, even with the progressives in there, because it'll like a progressive light as opposed to progressive hardcore. But we're still going to have a lot of issues there. And of course, the media are progressive strong, so they're a big problem. They go for hit jobs. They go hunt down the enemy, and they do hit jobs on them in the media. It's terrible. We're in a democracy, but they only attack one side. It's pretty bad. They get away with it. The same sort of thing that you guys experience in the United States. What else we got there? Katie says, yep, Alaska is usually red. Yeah, I was sure there was something around that last one, the way the election runs, way that works. Anyway, so in Canada, of course, they got Polyev coming up, and he's a real superstar. So I'm hopeful that enough people in Canada wake up and he's up against 2 parties, not just one, as someone pointed out earlier. So yeah. We had that nice victory in Italy. Of course, they did a big hit job on her, and so they made up a lot of crap on that. But yeah, it's nice to see a bit of pushback. Winning France is a very fundamental. Getting France, so hopefully there'll be some luck there winning France. France is split between the globalist kind of national type of party and the freedom kind of nationalist movement. And of course the socialist movement. So it's kind of split 1, 3, and 3. But the globalist elite type ones seem to be managed to hold power there with Macron. But maybe they'll get unseated. Getting rid of that, changing to France would be fundamental in Europe. Because if you hear the EU, if you hear them talk, a lot of these are unelected bureaucrats, so they're not elected, and they talk about if you don't play ball, we'll threaten you. So threaten nation states, like Poland and places like that. And this is the kind of behavior that you're getting from these guys. Now they're pretty much open now. They're just say it openly now because they think that they've almost got complete power, and they are well on their way to complete power. So they've got all the agencies that you would see for that kind of play out. It's pretty scary, to be honest. Let's have a look. See who we got. We've got 74 seats to go. We're still counting it down. What else have we got going on there? Katie says Arizona was never blue until recently. Arizona was always red in Arizona. So that's Arizona there. Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, there's probably a lot of demographic changes. Must have been. Montana is red. North and South Dakota is red as well. Yeah, Montana and South Dakota. Yeah, North and South Dakota and Montana. Yeah. Montana's not for grabs this time, but North and South Dakota were for the Senate. And they're definitely red here. So still got that coming in. Montana coming in here, so that should pick up some seats. Not sure what the actual amounts is there actually. House seats. We've had Montana come in. So let's see, we've got Montana coming in. We'll go back to the governor seats and have a look at that too. Let's jump over to the seats. 52%. That hasn't really changed. We haven't had any change in Arizona coming in there yet. So I really love it for Kerry Lake to get in. That would be a tour de force, pretty much on that one. Let's jump back out to the midterms. Right, cool. 73. Yeah, we're down 73. All right, cool. That's pretty much it. Do you guys enjoying the red flags and all that? It's kind of cool. The red. There's quite a few people covering the election. Maybe quite a few. Katie says Kerry Lake is the best. She's impressive. She is really impressive. So, Katie, apparently Kerry Lake does have a chance of getting in here from here, even though we've got this percentage at the moment. Apparently, quite a few of these, I think, are coming in the other way. We've seen that here. So, I don't know how many is coming in for this, but we've got a lot of blues still coming in. Sorry, she's governor. Sorry, governor. 44, 57, 52. So I don't know how many is coming on these. 75, 78, 93, 78. So maybe not. We'll see. 92, 92. Maybe it's possible. We'll see how this turns out for Lake here. I'm just seeing some commentary. Some else. I've got some shoes there. How about that? That's cool. Right, cool. Let's jump back around here. No, we want to go too far. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. All right, let's jump back up to the midterm summary. And here we're back at the main page. 72, we've got another seat in. Did this go to Republicans, I think? Another seat's come in. I think they went to Republicans. Or did it go to Democrats? I'm not sure now. But another seat's come in. So 4. I think it might have gone to Republicans. I think they were at 95. The only reason why some of these states are having trouble is because California is moving into zeros here. That'd be true. And yeah, they leave because of the problems, and then they take the problems with them. That's what I'm saying. It's some crazy stuff, but that's what you're dealing with. Casey, it's been a great night so far, but I don't trust the demos. Yeah, never. Yeah. Looks like Republicans just picked up another seat, so 197, unless I counted it earlier. I don't think there's yeah. I can't remember whether they got 106 or 107. Maybe double counting that. But three, we need still three, so still need 21. 21 seats to take the House. Democrats obviously need 33, 40, 50 something. So there we go. Yeah, if we can grab Georgia, that would be great. Yeah, but that's going to go to runoff. Apparently, they have to get 50%. So none of them have got 50%. So apparently, there's going to be a runoff in 6th of December. Georgia's voting is different from the other states. So if no one gets 50% majority, then it goes to runoff, which means that people are going to pile, the Democrats and the Republicans will pile heaps of money in there, trying to sway voters to get that 50% margin, 50% majority. If we can, I want New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada to read again. Yeah. Well, they need to do quite a bit of work to do that. So there's a lot of bit of work to do that and stuff. All right, I'm going to be back in a minute or two, so stay tuned. I'm just going to get a quick top up on my drink. You see you shortly. 5 hours and 12 minutes into the live stream. Woo-hoo, special live stream covering the midterm elections. Not too bad, not too bad. Let's see if we get a few more houses results in while I'm away. See you again shortly. All right. Looks like we've got no change since I left only a couple months ago. 71 House seats left. 197 Republicans. They still need 21 House seats. So still need a few of these to come in. I'm sure they've got quite a few in here as well. So probably pretty tight. I'm not sure if there's any projections out there. Five hours, yeah. Woo! Brendan says I might get some fish and chips for dinner tonight with some calamari. Nice, Brendan. That's tasty. You've got me jealous already. I retweet your stream, says Katie. Nice. Thank you so much. Wow. So very cool. That's too nice, Brennan. You're making me big jealous. I love the calamari with the little battered calamari. Man, delicious with a bit of I don't know, some sort of mayo sauce, not mayo, but was it pepper mayo sauce or something like that. So it's pretty tasty. Nice. Brendan's living the dream right now. Congratulations to Brendan out there in the world eating calamari, and with fish and chips. Pretty good. Tartar sauce. Yeah, Katie says sounds amazing. Take some pictures and post them in Discord under non-crypto topic. I haven't been in Discord for about 5 hours, so the Georgia votes actually got lower, so 49.3%. That's actually closed. So that's only 0.7% now. Remember, it was 0.8, then it widened to about 1 percentage point. Now it's down to 0.7. So that's actually closed up there on the Georgia one. There's still 3% to come in. That's pretty cool on the Georgia. That is going to go to runoff because neither of them got 50%, which is different for Georgia. Wisconsin, of course, looks, I think, fairly comfortable coming in there, 93%, 49 first 53, so 1.4% difference. Nevada is the game changer. This looks like it is changing Nevada, and of course, so that's very important for Republicans. So there's still a bit of time to come in there, but I think that is closing somewhat. The Masto Luxol there, we've still got quite a few areas to come in. So that's one to watch, a very fundamental one for the old Senate there. So cool. And where we are at the stage. What else we got there? Lemon, salt, and pepper, says Katie. Yeah. I might have to, Katie, but I think Superman is hungry, though. Yeah, I'm getting hungry, too, now that you're talking about the calamari, Brennan. That's pretty crazy there. What time is it? We're coming up to 7 minutes to 9. We'll have to probably wrap up at some stage. I was hoping that we'd get to 2:18 for at the end of the live stream. So let's see how we get on. What else? I can always go out and get some dinner and leave the live stream on. That's probably what I'll end up doing. So I'll have to come back for that. Probably just let the live. I think the live stream can go for 8 hours. I think before you have to end it anyway. So there we are. All right, so we're currently no change. We haven't had a change for a little while in the House seats. So we're still stuck at 71. We've still got quite a bit of way to go. 71 seats, still quite a bit. And Republicans are sitting at 197. They need 21 out of all the remaining seats that are not hard colored here. So I haven't added them up, but they definitely look maybe possible. So we'll see. Do you eat hoki, Superman? No, Brennan. Hoki is cheap fish. I do not eat hoki, man. That's funny, right? Maybe the community can order you some food, Superman. Yeah. I like that, Katie. All right, so cool. We're coming up here, coming up to 5.5 hours. That's pretty cool. So including my other stream, that's 7 hours I've been streaming today. That's pretty epic from good old Superman there. But Kryptonite's starting to attack me. Kryptonite. Yeah. All right, so cool. Yeah. So that's the way it goes. So no screaming for us on our side of the aisle. We didn't scream and then oh my god. So yeah, let's go have a look at the governor's race and see Kerry Lake. Excuse me. It's only up slightly. This is going, at least on the Fox feed, this is updating really slowly, 52%. Yeah, nothing, you can't really call it at the moment. So seems like a long way to go depending on what's coming in. So let me just, sorry, I keep jumping back to the wrong screen. Let's go back to the midterm summary. 71, no change there. All right, so cool. Brennan says you have to try prawn twisters. They're mixed with garlic butter and Fleo pastry. Yeah, I'm not into prawns, so that doesn't captivate me. But I know a lot of people do love prawns, and that would be a pretty powerful combination for sure. Calamari, though, that you got me with that battered calamari, really finely, well cooked. That's definitely right up my alley. One of the superfoods that I would enjoy, or calamari. All right, 5:30. So that's pretty much where we're up to. What time is it? It's almost 9 o'clock here. I probably need to get some dinner. So there we go. Maybe I can come back and live stream a bit later if we're getting closer to the results. Wrapped into phyllo pastry, says Brennan. Man, you guys are stepping it up right here on the channel here. That makes me mouth water, says John. Yeah. That's what they're trying to do. What are you guys trying to do, Katie, Brennan? What's happening here? You're trying to make us. Are you opening a restaurant? Are you going to open up a chef? You're trying to make us. Become customers. Is that what you're trying to do? Arizona had some trouble with the voting processes, booths, and locations. Yeah, I saw that, KD. That's been an issue there. So yeah, no prawns. Damn, they're my favorites, says Brennan. Yeah, not my cup of tea. I used to not like seafood at all. I didn't like seafood at all, and it's only turned around. D Daly says, "Who's winning?" Well, we're not quite sure quite yet. We're winning there. The Senate is not quite as red wave. We've kind of got some little mini red waves. Like Florida is definitely the standout. We've had JD Vance also was a pretty standout. So there's been some pretty interesting ones there. Oh, look, we've got another seat come in, and we're up to 198 for the Republicans. So they need 20. They need 20 to go, 20 to get to take the House. So is there enough left out of these pink ones? These all pink ones here. I'm not sure, so we'll find out. The seats in the Senate. The seats in the Senate is, unless Nevada flips, if Nevada flips, then possible. That's a possible play there. And of course, Georgia's going to run off in the 6th of December. So that's possible too, to turn that around with the right marketing, right strategies. Potentially, they could flip that back. So, it's kind of where we are at this stage. If they can win the House, we just want to win the House. At the very least, because we can stop the madness. You win the House, you can stop a lot of that madness, and that's a huge deal. Huge deal, not just for America, but for the rest of the world. It really does hit them hard in the old narrative there. We've got the Europeans that are EU up to no good, and we've got a lot of these progressive countries, Canada, the Democrat Party in the US, Labour Party in Australia, the Labour Party in New Zealand, countries like that are up to no good. And they are working with tech companies, they're working with everybody, they're colluding, and they're putting the fixes in. And they're going for full authority. These guys have decided now is the time. They are trying to go for full power and, of course, control. They have plenty of sheep out there that are willing to go into the pen. But there is many of us, of course, we don't want to be in a pen. We want to be free, and that's pretty much what's up for grabs. So this is a huge deal, this election, and all these elections in the last couple of years have been particularly important. This one is very important at the moment because they have been rolling out that play. They're not finished. There's a lot more to come. So this would be the biggest way of slowing that whole thing down. What else we got? That's a bit of a different conversation. Do you have Uber Eats out in New Zealand? We do, Katie. We do. Sorry, I'll stop with the seafood shield, says Brennan. Yeah. I thought you were opening up a new restaurant. Brennan says that we don't have Uber Eats where I live. We live out just outside the area they deliver. Oof. Oh, that is unfortunate, Brennan. Joanne laughing at that. It's pretty hilarious. Yeah, I slowly started eating like certain seafoods I like now, like calamari. I like Certain fish I like maybe a snapper. I like snapper, which is a pretty quality fish. Was it teriyaki? Teriyaki, yeah, I like a little bit of teriyaki would be okay. Those are kind of quality fish that you'll eat. Where we're up to on this. We're up to 5.5 hours on the live stream. This is the second live stream for the day. 5.5 hours, man, oh man. And we're live. We're live here. Wouldn't it be cool? I guess I was going to make a joke, but it's probably not that funny if I say it out loud. Don't you have those jokes you think, well, it's funny, but if you say it out loud, maybe not so funny. Maybe not so funny. We've got Hex having a little good day in Hex. Look at that. Woohoo! Go, you good thing. Let's get some green candles. You know what attracts people in a bear market? Green up into the right price chart, right? People will be flooding into that thing. So we're a nice little rebound in any case today after the carnage of the super whale. Took 2.2 million apparently out of the thing. So what was it? Let me do the math quickly. It was about 95 million, so I'll just average that out. 95 million. Was it 0.24 cents? Yeah, so someone said $2.2 million, but I have that $2 million out of the liquidity pool. That's a lot of cash, and apparently they paid $10,000 for that. So that's a lot of dosh. After 1,000 days, they were 1,000 days, so been around for a long time. So cool. 200x they got 200x. They obviously panicked a little bit with the flood around and decided to in-game themselves. Hey, look, but if it had been 50 cents, they'd be way up at like 40 million or something like that. So it's better they left now, right? And new blood has come in. New blood. The new blood is you and me and everybody else. All right, cool. I like flatheads, says Brennan. I think I might have seen pictures of that. I think I may have. But let's have a look at some of the results. We've got Georgia. This is looking good for Georgia. That's a runoff. That's positive, folks. That is positive. What else we got going in here? We'll wait for the updates here. I was surprised to see the early call on Pennsylvania. Fetterman there. It just shows you it's not about the man so much, it's about the party. So that seems to be the play there. You never know what else is going on in these states as well. These are all dubious, in my view. Some of the stuff. Now, there has been some partial cleanup in some of the systems here, but still question marks around these. Remember the last presidential election that was closing down a lot of these, unbelievable, closing down a lot of these states, and the next day it all changed. A bit bizarre. But we won't get too far into that because of the overlords that run YouTube. So that's kind of where we're going to end there. Now, what else we got there? We're going to wait for the other states to come up. Let's have a look. Hopefully they will pop up soon. All right, so we've got Nevada here. This is the really interesting one. Nevada is the play. Man, if that flips around to Republican, that would be beautiful. Nevada, that'd be such a big move. So cool. If we've got Pennsylvania coming in, that is 49. Alaska is, I don't know whether these are updated because it's only 4 left and we've got 5 uncolored. So I'm a little confused by that. I'm not sure what's going on there. So yeah, it's a bit hard to call. Maybe it's just something didn't quite update. All right, let me just yeah, we only had 1 house seed update recently. It's definitely slowed down on the old updates. All right. Yeah, no changes there. Yeah, Alaska 67% in now, looking pretty good. Let's go have a look at Alaska. The house. Let's look here. Yeah, I don't know how this breaks down. It's a bit weird, but results 44, 42. Pretty much a shoe in there. Very cool. Welcome everybody. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe, like, share, hit the bell, all that good stuff. And of course, we've got our Discord link in the video description if you want to join up. Normally we obviously cover crypto, but of course midterm's a big deal. They will have some ramifications in the crypto, and talk about those in the last couple of videos, so you can check those out if you want to. It's very important that if we're going to have a big impact, we win the house. That's going to be important for crypto, and for the markets generally. So looking forward to that. 198, 167. Let's see if we can get a few more in the house. All right. What I might do is I'm going to come back. I'm going to leave the live stream on. I'm going to go pick up some dinner, and I'll be back a bit later. So hope you guys get in the chat there. Oh, I think we've got a couple of mods in the chat, so that's cool. I'll leave it to you for a little bit. I'll be back in a little wee while. Brennan says, have a good night all. I'll have to grab my dinner now too. I'm going to grab some dinner too. We'll see you guys again shortly. All right. It took me longer than I expected. Still haven't had dinner yet, but I went and got dinner. I'm probably going to eat a bit of dinner, but let's catch up first. Welcome back, everybody. Here's a few more comments in the chat while I've been away. Took me a lot longer than I expected, but I picked up some food, so there we go. So we've got a couple comments in here, so let's catch up on those before I get my dinner. Eat my dinner, I should say. I've got my dinner, but let's eat it. Look, dominant Dems are delaying the loss of the Senate. Delaying for the loss of the Senate, says Shano. I'm here. I'll watch the chat. Thanks, Katie. What's your thoughts, Katie? Good night, morning, everybody. Thank you, Superman, for the live stream. Hey, you're welcome there, Juan. It's always a pleasure to have you in the chat. And Katie in house demos will cheat and throw a curveball in the mix, but American needs Nevada, Arizona, PA, and red again. Yeah. What else there? We got PA. Honestly, I think want to make Featherman an example of what not to do and make mean tweets. Yeah, true. What else there? Pennsylvania. Yep, PA. Crazy times over there. So no interesting, says Shano. What else we got there? He had a stroke, so that's what happened to him. He's struggled with that. Well, see what happens. Voting needs to be on the blockchain. Yeah, I like that one, Katie. I want to see everything in real time, says Katie. Nice. All right, so cool. What are we at? We had 70, I think. We were at 70. We're at 70 when I left, and so the Democrats have picked up one vote, one house. Sorry. So 168. Republicans are at 198. We're starting to really fill in this results here, so it's looking pretty good. No change in the Senate. Still got those 4 seats. Let's see whether we've got obviously Alaska. Now, one of these hasn't updated for some reason in the color scheme, because we've got Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, Wisconsin, and Alaska. And Georgia is going to go for runoff from the looks of it. 62% of Alaska's in now, so it's cool. What else have we got going on there? I think that's pretty much it. So it's going to take a while, folks, I think, to get to 218. We're just coming up on 6 hours on the live stream. So it looks like we might have a little bit of time to go. I'm probably going to wrap up the live stream now. I think it's probably appropriate because we might be another hour, a couple of hours away from getting these final results in. But it's definitely getting close with all these states coming in. So we'll see how we get on. What else there? I think that's probably it. Let's have a quick look at some of the results. Georgia, 97% in there, and Warnock there, 49.3. That definitely closed a little bit there. 3 percentage points to come in. That's going to run off. Pennsylvania, 86% in there. That looks like it's closed a little bit, but I can't remember. I think it dropped down to Oz to 47.5. That's pretty much it. Let's see whether Nevada comes in. That's really the one to watch at the moment, I think. Nevada, let's see. 55%'s come in, 47.1 and 50%. So 45% to get a big change there. We'll see how that goes. That's the one to watch, I think. And I think that's Wisconsin, 97%. 50.8, that there is increased the margin, so that's actually better. It was 1.4, it's now at 1.6, so that's definitely gone Republican for Wisconsin's there. That should probably get a quarter, get us to 49. Let's get a 50. I guess to 50, if that's I don't know what the 48 is, but that would get us to 50. I don't know which one's not been included. So it would be Georgia, the runoff, and Nevada, the way to go from there, from the looks of it. Hope you guys enjoyed this epic coverage on Hex Token channel live stream. Night all says Katie, and thanks Superman says Katie. You're welcome. That's 6 hours and 6 minutes. That's pretty good. Right, take care, everybody. Let's check out the Hex price before we go. For 3.45 cents, nice rebound for Hex, over 10%. That's pretty good. I'll leave you with the results there. Pretty nice, and we'll see what happens tomorrow during my live stream. We'll talk about how it all ended. Hopefully, we'll have the 218 for the Republicans. That'll be pretty nice finish for us all. Good for crypto too. Right, take care, everybody. Bye for now, and I'll catch you in the next one. See you later.